Okay, are you guys still here? So the crash that I just had, all right, so Diablo 4 crashed, and it actually, I don't know how, but it took OBS down with it. And I don't know what happened, but when I tried to stop the stream and then start it again on OBS, it didn't let me. Now, normally this wouldn't be a problem, but since I was also in the middle of recording my gameplay, so I couldn't. I had no choice but to restart OBS, and I had to stop the recording in order to do so. So that's pretty annoying, but yeah, that's nature of technology, I guess. Anyway, yeah, I wasted an elixir and an incense for it, and some glyph upgrade attempts. That's depressing, but yeah, we're back. So yeah, no, that was crazy. I dropped out of the game, and then it took out OBS with it, caused the stream to stop, and then I couldn't restart the stream until I restarted OBS. So, yeah, that's what happened. I'm going to start the recording here again. One sec. Okay, so we've returned, and yeah, so Diablo 4's crash actually my took out my stream and my recording with it. So that's wonderful. Thanks, Diablo 4. Always a pleasure. Anyway, uh, yeah, perfect timing. Because I was actually just about to hit pit 35, so or not pit 35. Which one is they changed numbers around like every season now, it feels like. Pit 40, yeah. I'm about to attempt pit 40 because I just cleared pit 35 with 10 and a half or more than 10 and a half minutes remaining. So, yeah, I'm going to see what happens here. Um yeah, so the topic of the hour, uh when do I want to play D4 together? All right. So I'm just thinking here. Tomorrow I'm not going to be free. The earliest I'd be able to play D4 together with you would actually be on Sunday. Would you be able to do Sunday? Usually, actually, you know what? That might work out perfectly. So usually you start your stream around like 6 o'clock, right? On Sunday? Is that right? What I could do is in the morning, I could do my Dance of Knives rogue like 1 to 60, and then I could stop. Uh, Yeah, I could stop whenever you come on, and then I could just join you with a brand new character. How does that sound? You don't stream on Sundays, but you're down to play anyways? Oh, okay, never mind then. Yeah, I thought that you wanted to do it as like a stream thing. Here, you know what? While I talk to you, I'm gonna actually go do some farming on Torment too, while we just chat. Because I want to be like full concentration if I'm gonna run pit 40, because I know that I'm actually in danger of dying there. So I'm gonna run some more Zeers. Those should be super fast and really easy. Anyway, I do, but I also just enjoy playing with you. I see. Well, okay, let me think about this. Would Wednesday night work for you? Is that a possibility at all? Give me a second. Let me just check my schedule here. Hmm. Yeah, because I thought you would want to play sooner rather than later. And I can set aside some time. Wednesday should work. Let me double check with Pigleyoof. Yeah, sure. Okay, give me a second. I gotta check my side too. All right. Am I forgetting anything? Wednesday night? I think Wednesday night is fine. I think Wednesday night should be very fine. I'm gonna leave myself a note here. Mm, All right. And okay, so I have a D4 stream with you next Wednesday. Is that right? And I know that you're part of your community are also D4 players. So finally, we can actually play as a as a crew of people, right? I know there were others, and I think we played with some of them. Did you want to invite them to join too? If so, we can kind of get a crew going. We're skipping court. Oh, you guys are chatting about something else. All right. Cool. Let myself keep a reminder. That was nice and easy. Hopefully that would work for you. That's like, yeah, I feel like that's fine. I'm like thinking about how, because I'm like grinding the season hard already, so I'm like, wow, that's like pretty late into the season. And then I realize I'm like, wait, it would only have been like 8 days since the season launched. That's how crazy it is, how much progress I've made. I'm not even at like Paragon 200 yet, but I very easily could have been, if I just grinded nonstop. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I should just activate this, and that pretty much insta kills him. It was Torment 2, right? Yeah, this is actually Torment 2. I don't know who would join us for Diablo. Most of my community is very sporadic. Okay, that's all right. Yeah, no pressure then. It was just a thought I had. I know that I've seen that you play with people before. No way. Is that what I think it is? Dude, it is. I recognize that blade. The way the blade is shaped, that is the very item I'm looking for. Wow, this is the complete opposite of when I played my Companion Druid. When I played my Companion Druid, I couldn't find Storm's Companion for the first, like, 7 hours. Well, no, I'm exaggerating. It's like, it took like 5 hours to find it, but... Dude. Oh, I also got Deathless Visage, but I don't need this, really. Yo, I could toss this on right now. I mean, my base damage will go, like, way down, but... I think that I actually do want to see this weapon in action. Army of the Dead to deal double damage. Yeah, I'll try this on. You know what? I got an idea. I got an easy way to find out which is better. Wait a second. Let me run this last Zir here. Because I realized that if I can get an ancestral weapon, or an ancestral version of this, I feel like it would be, it'll help me make my decision a lot more easily. Oh, shoot, yeah. I tanked that one on purpose. I was curious to see if that would instantly kill me, even though I have, like, max barrier, max fortify, and, like, well, I don't have my, like, elixirs popped, but yeah, that looks like an instant kill technique. Maybe, if I have enough damage reduction, I can tank it, but I don't know, my blood golem shares like 30% of the damage, and I have like 25 and 15 DR minimum on my other source of equipment, so that thing must either do absurd damage, or if I stand right in the middle, it'll just instantly kill me. There, done. Alright. That was easy. Then I can hit the horde here. Okay. Well, I guess I just got lucky then with that first sword. Yeah, I have other boss materials, like, yeah, I could run this, just for amusement's sake. Beast in the Ice. It's not really that far away anyway. So, I'm gonna go run Beast in the Ice real quick. Then after I do Beast in the Ice, I think I will attempt... I'm actually gonna attempt Pit 35, and I'm gonna compare how long it took to go from... like, using this weapon, because I'm basically going to be subbing out this weapon for a Sanguivore. So if I'm making that adjustment, it better be worth it. It's my favorite boss fight. Oh, don't remind me. Alright, here we go. Hopefully I can, like, insta-kill him. Hey, Knock Nocturnal. Hello. How far have you taken the Companion Druid so far? That's a very good question. I'm going to be completely honest with you, man. I haven't actually touched the Companion Druid since oh, I killed him. Nice. All right, I don't have to go through the second phase and all that. I haven't actually touched the Companion Druid since I cleared Pit 55. The reason I haven't touched the Companion Druid is because the way I usually do the start of the season is that my goal is to reach Torment 4 with one character of every class in the game. So I did Druid. I ran Ice Shards. Now I'm on Minion Necro. My next character is going to be Dance of Knives Rogue. My fifth one is going to be... My next one after that is going to be the Spiritborn, and then I'm going to end off with the Thorns Barbarian. So, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to tell you how far I've taken the Companion Druid. I'm probably not going to be playing Companion Druid again until, like, at least early next week, I'm sorry to say. But I am in the middle of playing Minion Necro and trying to see how long that'll take me to get into Torment 4. That's what I'm doing right now. And then, well, like I said, I'm going through the roster of classes. But Companion Druid, if I were to guess, I'd probably be able to make it to around pit 75, at least. I feel like pit 75 at a minimum should be doable. It's just a question of, like, I still have to level my glyphs. I still have to masterwork. I still need, like, mythic uniques, right? I still need to up my Paragon level so I can get other clusters. So I feel that I'm short, like, yeah, I feel like I could probably push like up to like at least pit 80, pit 85, maybe even pit 90 with all that if I'm just eyeballing it. I've never attempted to go all the way up to pit 100, right? But I'm just kind of like eyeballing it. Because I know that there's other companion druids who have made it to pit 100. At least last season, that's how it was. This season, they have this stupid power. Hold on, I'm just taking a look here. Oh, okay, still have a good chunk of barrier. One of the boss powers gives me 150% more damage. I don't know if there was an equivalent last season. There was Grow. Grow was kind of insane, but I don't even know if it's this good. So, I don't know. But they've also kind of scaled back the pit too. They scaled back the pit, but even then, I think that with the right prep, you could at least push pit 90, right? Anyway, you're pushing pit 55 on yours currently? Oh, okay. How's that going for you? I'm glad to see that there's another fellow companion druid, aside from myself, because I don't... It's pretty uncommon to see other companion druids for sure. Oh, unique boots. Please tell me that these are Flicker Step. Ah, it's Yen's Blessing. Yeah. Non-mobility, non-ultimate. I could throw this on and it would work with Bone Prison. But again, there's only really one option. That's Flicker Step. Hey, Banished Lord's Talisman. I was like looking for this with my last playthrough, but here I go. First try, and I get it easily. Yeah. Do you need any help with your Companion Druid at all, Nocturnal? Yeah. It's not... Okay, so it's not terrible. My tier heals might drop 3 GA, so that's made it easier. Yeah, well... Okay, that'll do it. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I'm like thinking about like a 3 GA tier heals. That's a lot of damage reduction and like resistances and all that. You probably don't even need any other source of like resistances and whatnot. So, wow, that's a really good find. Where did your tier heals drop, dude? 7 maximum essence per active minion. Yeah, I don't need that. I'm just gonna salvage all these really quickly. And then I'm gonna actually start trying to get rid of... I'm gonna start getting rid of the duplicates. Mutilator Plate, like, as an example. Or Razor Plate. Yeah, I don't need Razor Plate. I don't need 2 Mutilator Plates. I don't even really need 1 Mutilator Plate, but who knows? Maybe some Necro comes in here and says, or some Necro player says, oh, I actually need those uniques. So, yeah. Alright. Since chat has quieted it down a little bit, I mean, do feel free to write whatever, by the way. Nocturnal. I'm just playing my Minion Necro. Like I said, Torment 1 to Torment 4 and all that. Beast Wall farming storms. Oh, okay. Wait, wow. I just realized, yeah. So you were farming Beast of the Ice to try to grab your a Storm's Companion, and then you found a Tyrell's Might? That's kind of insane, actually. And you still haven't seen a GA Storms and Wolves? Ah. To tell you the truth, like, I don't know if you saw my run, but yeah, I had GA Storm's Companion pants for, or sorry, I had had Storm's Companion pants with GA on Wolves. That was first try, but even if I didn't get GA Wolves, like I could have just used regular Storm's Companion. I think I still would have been okay. It's just the fact that, yeah, without Storm's Companion, I didn't have AoE, so that was probably one of the most painful Companion Druid runs I've had to do because, yeah, I really needed the AoE from the Wolves. Otherwise, it's like impossible to deal with DR and Suppressor and all that. Okay. I'm gonna continue with my run here. I'm gonna do the pit. You're exhausted, so you're gonna head to bed. Okay, yeah, well, that's unusually early. But yeah, this is like normal sleeping time. Okay, dude. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you had fun chilling here, and appreciate you. I'll see you like over the weekend, I imagine. But I'm looking forward to our gameplay on Sunday. You take care. Have a good night and get some good rest. You got home at 11 last night, so you stayed up all night. Oh, ooh, yeah, no, for sure. Definitely deserve to go get some rest. Um, yeah, I'm not gonna keep you. I'd love to chat more, but yeah, we can save that for Sunday and when we actually play together. I'm actually really hyped for our gameplay together, but I don't know. I still don't know what character I'm gonna end up running with you. Okay, I'm gonna continue here. I'm gonna run pit. That was what I was in the middle of doing. Pit 35 to be precise. And the adjustment I'm making here. Wait a second, where's my sword? Did I stash the sword? Yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna toss this, or I'm gonna throw this sword on, and an ultimate. Yeah, this is where I'm gonna put rean. Oh, I actually got an upgraded reanimation aspect. I just never noticed. All right, I lose out on some ranks to my ultimate, so my Army of the Dead is like 3 seconds. Takes 3 seconds longer to come back, but and I lose out on a bit of damage from that. But that's totally okay. This weapon is kind of nuts, but we'll see just how nuts it is. I don't know if this will be better or worse. So my previous clear. Let me know if you have other questions, by the way, Nocturnal, regarding the Companion Druid. I mean, I think I've mentioned before, but my Companion Druid, or Companion Druid in general, is my favorite build in the game. And so, yeah, like I always love, like, not only seeing other people running it, but, you know, if other people have questions about the build, I'm happy to kind of share information that I have about it. Oh, information that I have on it and all that. Alright. Why is nothing dying? What? This is pit 35. Huh? Why am I struggling so much here? Like... Okay, that was really strange. Yeah, my guys do, like, no damage. What is this? Dude. Like, what? Why do they do, like, no damage? Uh, I may have to do one more run just to double check that these guys are actually doing about as much. Like, these guys are doing the correct amount of damage on this run, because that doesn't look right at all. What's my crit strike chance anyway? 93%. Yeah, okay, I made the right call not using crit strike chance in this case. Oh, actually, if I cast Evade, I get crit strike chance. Yeah, this works too. Yeah, just every now and then I'll evade. And then that puts me up to 100%. Oh. Well, shoot. I thought this weapon would be, like, insane, but it's not nearly as amazing as I was hoping for. Maybe part of the... Oh, I know why. I know what's going on here. I understand fully now what's happening. The problem is, because I put this on, I no longer have that many sources of critical strike damage. And so, because I no longer have sources of critical strike damage, it's causing... Well... Yeah, my Beastmaster's boss power is now down from 150% to 35%. So, yeah, it's a pretty noticeable damage increase for sure. Yeah, okay. Well. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments then, in that case. Where would I even... You know what? I know where to get critical strike damage. I have a glyph for that, don't I? I'll worry about that at the end of the run. But yeah, I have a glyph that boosts critical strike damage. Do the rune wolves that can spawn scale with the actual wolf skill for the druid? Scale... I think they do, yeah. Usually when you have the wolves and then you cast them, like all the wolves, including, like last season, I remember that even my spirit wolves, the ones that came from the runes, were actually getting the effects of grow. Not only were they getting the effects of grow, but when I cast wolves, they also get thrown in with the rest of my wolves. The one thing that they don't get is alpha aspect, right? Alpha aspect turns all your wolves into like werewolves. So they don't get that. I'm trying to remember. There was like something else that they don't get. Well, either way though, yeah. They do. Oh, you know what? I remember what it was. You know Shepherd's aspect? The aspect where it's like, oh, you get X% more damage based on how many companions you have, right? Well, those the spirit wolf companions do help with that. So, yeah. The one thing that doesn't work is aspect of the alpha, but I think pretty much everything else works really nicely with the wolves from the... I think it's K rune, right? The one that makes it so that your wolves... Or that wolves can spawn from the rune. Yeah. K rune, yeah. I don't know if it's S rune, K rune. I call it K rune. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this run, but I should have stopped the run as soon as I realized what was happening. Skills and items. I'm gonna check this out. 1% bonus critical strike damage you have from items in Paragon. Okay, well, I mean, in that case, I must get that glyph that boosts my critical strike damage. That's like the only way. That's like the only way to make this, to actually like salvage this build right now, I think. Otherwise, this sword by itself doesn't really help me. Yeah. So yeah, the regular wolves I think get pretty much everything except for aspect of the alpha. That's I guess my final answer there. All right, keep going. This season with the Companion Druid, I was actually hoping to reach like pit 100, but I don't know if I'll have the time or the luck to make it there. Not just time and luck, but also like boss mats are much harder to come across now, right? So since boss mats are harder to come across, trying to get like mythic uniques would also be tougher too. So I don't know how. And then of course they made like pushing pit tougher, right? So especially like this season, I see some builds like pushing like pit 100, but they're like bugged builds, or they're like doing some weird like snapshotting stuff, things like Cataclysm. So I don't know. I don't know if that's like a level of power that you actually need to run like a bugged build in order to clear. I haven't made it to that point of the game yet.
Hello. Well done. Thank you. Goodbye.
So this is like a 7-minute clear, I think, like along those lines. Okay, there. Now I'm gonna activate my ultimate, and then make them disappear there. Obols. Oh, I'm like maxed out on obols. Okay, where's that glyph which boosts critical strike damage? Here, you know, I should just look here and see. Well, no wonder. Here it is. Well, not found. The Snapshot Druid you played last season, but it wasn't fun. Well, I am not surprised to hear that. Like, I mean, why didn't you find it fun? I should ask that first. My assumption is that you probably wouldn't find it fun because it's like completely broken. You just press one button and you dog walk up to pit 150. With like once you have like the right setup going. I don't know how anyone can find. Well, I understand why some people find these like super broken builds fun, but like, yeah, that's what it was. It was like a S tier like broken build. Broken not in the sense that it might have been like bugged or something like that, but it was just way too strong. It clears fast, but also the setup was just annoying. Yeah, well, I think this season it's a similar situation. Like Cataclysm is still crazy strong. They haven't like really nerfed it all that hard or anything like that. All right, there. I'm gonna take a look real quick and see. This is crazy to me. The remaining 3 glyphs that I don't have access to are the glyphs that I actually need the most. I've actually been leveling the wrong glyphs. I actually want a Dead Razor. Dead Razor, Amplify, and Essence. And I'm leveling like these 2 other glyphs that don't really do anything for me. I can use them as a temp, I guess, but it's kind of awkward. You wish you stayed playing to try last season's Companion Druid? I got hyped when I heard it was viable. Well, viable for what exactly? Because Companion Druid has been viable since like season 5. Like ever since they made it so that your companions actually inherit, well, all summons, right? Companions, minions, conjurations actually inherit your own stats. Like they've been in a much better place than they ever were prior to that. Because keep in mind, Nocturnal, I have been playing Companion Druid every season since season 2. Season 2, I played Companion Druid. Season 3, I played Companion Druid. I know what it was like to not even be able to clear a pit. Sorry, back then there was no pit. It was called, it was Nightmare Dungeons up to like, tier 100, right? So, yeah, I think in season 2, I couldn't even touch, Nightmare, or NMD 100, and then in, like, season 3, I could barely clear, like, an NMD up to 90, and then after that, like, they became exponentially better in comparison. So viable for what in this case? Since last season, I think that you could push up to like pit 110, but you know, good luck trying to push up to 150. I think the highest I saw a Companion Druid clear go was 110, and it wasn't me, it was somebody else. But you know, I was just paying attention to how other people are playing their builds and all that. Alright, I'm gonna check something here. By the way, Nocturnal, you're Matt J, right? Because I see there was somebody who asked me a question on YouTube just now because my stream broke like just before you showed up. And whoever it was on YouTube was asking how high I ran the companion druid, and I'm guessing that probably that was you since you asked a similar question. Okay, cool, cool. Just double checking here. Writing down some notes here. It was 7, let's say 7:30. 7:30 remaining. Pit 35 clear. 7:30 remaining. And then the adjustment I made was that I replaced my old weapon into Sanguivar. Because of this, not Blackmailers, it was Beastmasters. Went from 150% to 22.5%. Clear. One took much longer because Beastmaster power went from 150% to 22.5%. Alright, that's good to know. So I gotta switch it back. I'm gonna switch it back and use this until I can actually start pumping up that glyph, which is supposed to give me crit strike damage, so that I don't have to rely on this weapon anymore. The thing is, I could throw on crit strike damage on all my other pieces of gear, but I don't. I'd like to keep them on like golem damage or some other type of damage based on what I need. Like I still need like this one right here. This is a perfect example. My Army of the Dead, right, is only at 138% right now. So what I ought to do is use get like a set of gloves. Here it is. I'm gonna roll off lucky hit here. I could do attack speed, I guess, sure. I lose out on a bit of crit strike chance, but again, I don't think I can really feel the difference between an 80% crit strike chance versus a 100% crit strike chance. Like, I can, but not as much as attack speed. So now I'm going to roll for skeleton mage damage, and I'm also hoping for... there you go. +2 ranks of spiked armor. Boom! That was like 130 armor right there, just that by itself. And then this has served me well, but it's time for that to go. Frenzied Dead. Yeah. There we are.
Bright aura.
Okay. What other aspects did I get? Okay, I got Frenzied Dead. I have these. Okay, my Army of the Dead is back to max capacity. Beastmaster's training is pretty close to the cap. Yeah, I'm gonna now attempt Pit 40. I think I should be able to take Pit 40 just fine. So in the meantime, I was gonna just take a look at what you were writing in chat. Nocturnal, you guess viability would mean to be higher pit pushes. Like how high? For me, like last season, the goal that I was aiming for my companion druid was actually pit 100. And to tell you the truth, I think I very much would have hit pit 100, but there were a number of IRL things that occurred that prevented me from like putting any more time into the game than I actually did. Because like I was like doing pretty well, you know, like I was like in a pretty good spot. Like I didn't play as much as a lot of other people, but I had like a boatload of boss mats. I had a lot of stuff. right? I just never got around to using any of it because given the circumstances, I just didn't have the time. So otherwise, yeah, I would have attempted to push for Pit 100. I was missing the Mythic Unique. Actually, I was missing all Mythic Uniques. I didn't have Air of Perdition. I didn't have Shroud of False Death, right? I didn't have any of the legendary occult gems. I didn't have any of my glyphs ranked up to 100. I didn't have any items masterworked to... Actually, I might have had items actually masterworked, but I don't know if I had them masterworked to like... I don't think all of them were ranked up to like rank 12 masterworking. And then even the boss powers themselves, I didn't even max out the boss powers really. So, or not the boss powers, sorry, the witch powers. So like, yeah, I had a lot more room for growth, and despite all of those things that I just mentioned, I think my highest clear was like Pit 80 or Pit 85. I genuinely believe that, yeah, like if I had actually played that season through, I could have hit the goal I was aiming for, which was Pit 100. I think that Pit 100 has like a really nice ring to it. I'm quite happy to like hit Pit 100, but of course, there were plenty of other builds that, because you're saying like higher pit pushing, there's no way that, even though I could have hit like Pit 100, I think that people could have even made it to like Pit 110, potentially on Companion Druid. I don't think there's any way that a Companion Druid would ever be able to reach, let's say, like Pit 150, you know? Like, there's, like, a Companion Druid will never be able to top Cataclysm last season or even this season, just because of the nature of how Cataclysm and certain other skills operate, and like snapshotting and all that. You can't snapshot wolves. Like this season, I thought wolves were gonna be insane because now they can do a crit overpower, right? Well, I mean, just overpower in general. Like I think it's just a static 3% chance, and there's no way to guarantee it, but they can still crit overpower, and you can get some pretty insane numbers. But at the end of the day, it's still only just a 3% chance. You can't abuse the game like you can with certain other skills. Ow. Okay. I'm gonna activate this. Ouch. Oh, yeah. Just gonna try to avoid getting hit by everything. But, yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, though. I have... Oh, hold on. Gonna chill for a second. My resistances are very close to the cap. My armor stat is actually capped. This is Pit 40, so like this is Torment 4. And I just realized I still don't have a Cult Dominion aspect, do I? Yeah, I should go get a Cult Dominion and see just how much quicker this goes. You've seen a 500 mil plus crit overpower on activated wolves, but you had the stars aligned for that. I guess that makes sense that it would only be 500 mil for you, because I was like thinking the last season, I'm like, yeah, my wolves were hitting for, I don't remember the exact number, but I know for sure they were hitting for a lot more than 500 mil. But if you're talking about this season, then yeah, like, you had to have the stars align, and only then do you get like a crit overpower of 500 mil, right? And now some people could argue that that's like a lot for when you're going through the game Torment 1 to Torment 4. This is true, but if you look in comparison to like Cataclysm Druid, like I don't know how you found my content. I would guess that you found it from the Helltides.gg like pit leaderboard, right? I imagine that's where most people recently have found my content, or found my videos and streams and all that. And the thing is, at the time that I submitted my Druid run, right, with my Companion Druid, somebody else submitted their Pit 75 clear with a Cataclysm Druid, right? And they were hitting for crit overpowers of 18 billion per hit. And it was going up too. Like I was looking at the damage number and it was just growing. Yeah, okay. This season, that's where you found me? Okay, well, that's good to know. Thank you for letting me know, because yeah, like I just threw it in as a submission for fun, you know? Like I didn't actually expect that people would, well, I didn't expect that there would be no one on that leaderboard for like 2 days. And that anyone would actually look at my submission, but I mean, here we are. I do this every season, not the submission, but I do like level 1 to 60 and then Torment 1 to Torment 4, and then I proceed to upload my Torment 4 clear. But yeah, I definitely wasn't expecting that so many people would check out my companion druid clear. Now there's not as many people checking out, probably because there's plenty of other submissions, but yeah, for like 2 days there were quite a few people who were checking out my uh, my companion druid clear. Anyway, sorry, that's like off topic though. What I was trying to say was that yeah, like when I did my run, like you'll see in the when I did the pit run, I could hit like 200, maybe like 300 million on some crit overpowers, but you know, in comparison to like the guy above me who sank probably about an equal amount of time into the game, give or take, right? And he was hitting for what was it, like 18 billion? My 500 million with like a colossal amount of effort versus an 18 billion on one of his many hits is kind of a crazy discrepancy. So the reason I'm bringing all of this up is that earlier you were talking about like pit viability or higher pit viability. I'm not trying to nitpick on you or anything, but if you're talking about higher pit viability, I think that begs the question for me of how high of a pit push are you talking about here? If you're talking about like a pit 100 clear, I think that a lot of these like, you know, companion druid and certain other like A or B tier builds could pull those off, but only the truly busted builds like Cataclysm and I think there's like a Death Trap Rogue and all that can push beyond that up towards 150. You're gonna try and push 60 in the morning, see if you can do it. I have faith in you. I genuinely think that you could probably pull it off. I won't be around tomorrow morning. I have somewhere else to be, but yeah, if uh, like next time or like next time around that you show up, I'd love to hear more about your uh, companion druid adventures. I'll play the game vicariously through you, or I'd like to play the game vicariously through you because right now like I'm not planning to touch my companion druid for at least another 3 days. Probably 4 days. You want to try to get it to 80 plus this season? Dude, I'm sure you could make 80 plus. I'm sure you could. You don't even have, well, yeah, you have Tyraels, but you don't even have Shroud of False Death. You don't even have Air of Perdition. At least it sounds like you don't. And I'm sure that your amulet probably could use some work too, right? Like there's like GA with like willpower and like 3 Call of the Wild and 3 Envenom or something like that. That would be the dream. But you get what I mean. Like there's always plenty of room for growth here. And I'm guessing by now you have your boss powers maxed out though. You do have a shroud too. Oh, okay. Never mind. I take it back. So you do have a shroud then. So you're in a good spot. I'm not. Where'd you get the shroud? Anyway, give me a second. I just need to write down some notes for myself because, you know, I've just finished the run. I unlocked Torment 3 and all that. And now, let's see what else I can do here. Okay, I'm gonna call it an 830 clear. Pit 40 clear with 830 remaining. Set up from two runs ago. Okay. You don't think it takes, but I don't think it takes it over Tyrael. You really don't think that Shadowfall's death takes the cake over Shadowfall's death takes the cake over Tyrael's? What? I've never heard anyone say that. Unless you're playing like hardcore, then okay, sure, maybe, but even then. I've never heard anyone say that they would rather use Ethereals over a Shroud of False Death. Dude, I wish I had that level of luck that I could look at a Shroud of False Death and then say, oh, nah, I think I'd rather take Ethereals. Like, my dude, last season, I'm telling you, I had a collection of, like 10 different mythics, and I got, like, 3 Ethereals, and I got 0 Shrouds of False Death. And I just cried. It's a triple GA. I guess. Yeah, that's... I guess that's fair. But yeah, I just have a lot of respect for Shroud because it's just such a good item. Like +1 to all passives, like where else can you get something like that, right? +1 to all passives and like all stats is just nuts. Like that will just like skyrocket players' damage. Anyway, whatever. Okay, I'm going into Torment 4 finally, or Torment 3, sorry. And what did I unlock here? Finally got one of the glyphs that I actually needed. Each time your summons deal damage to an enemy, that enemy takes a 1% increased damage. Okay, yeah, let me get that upgraded. And I have a bunch of obols lying around too. Okay, I'm gonna come back here in a second, but now I have the uniques that I need. The 2 uniques I need were Ring of Mendelin and this stupid sword, and I have both, so... Yeah, I don't really know if there's anything else that I really need here. You're sitting at 85 all res on T4 and 44 damage reduction. That's fair, yeah. I mean, hey, if it works for you, then great. Maybe I don't prioritize survivability enough. Maybe that's why I'm always dying. Because for me, if I'm like pushing pit, then I just amp up the damage to maximum, you know? Like, I would never take Tyraels over Shroud. And I think that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that most people who do like pit push, including on Companion Druid, like all these Companion Druid, fancy Companion Druid build guys, they're all just running Shroud. And I understand why, but I mean, hey, if Tyraels and DR works for you, then perfect. I mean, you might know more about than I would. You're actually far ahead of where I'm at when it comes to pushing pit, or at least how well developed your Companion Druid is. I mean, so yeah, I'm not trying to. Yeah. Oh, come to. Okay, I see. Yeah, if you're gonna switch it out when it comes to pushing, then that makes way more sense. If you're talking about like right now, Tyraels makes more sense. Then okay, that totally, I can totally understand. By the way, I hope I'm not coming off as like, oh, I'm like trying to tell you how to play or anything like that. I just yeah, since we're discussing like pit pushing and all that, I'm just like thinking about how I would build my guy, and you know, it's not every day I get to bounce ideas off of somebody else who also is playing Companion Druid. I'm really enjoying this. So, yeah, I think at this point, like, I'm just gonna start gambling for a chest armor, for maybe like an ancestral one, because
Hello, shining beauty.
I need to drain out some of my
Hello, shining.
obols.
Too bad, friend.
Alright, let me get rid of my magics here. Alright, and I got a GA here. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, I'm taking that one. Intelligence, Max Life, and Golem Mastery. Only thing I lose out on is a ton of fire resistance, but you know what? Who needs survivability, right? Block damage reduction is increased by 35% while I have a barrier. Well, I mean, I don't really mess around with that. Ooh, Skeletal Priests now empower you at 70% effectiveness. Nice. That's a higher roll than what I had before. You also got your Shroud from T2 Undercity with a unique key. Wow. That's crazy. Last season, I didn't find a single mythic until I started spamming boss runs. And every single, like, I'm telling you, every single, like, mythic I got was just not it, at least for my Companion Druid, right? Because the 2 mythics I needed the most for my Companion Druid were Heir of Perdition and Shroud of False Death. And I never found, well, actually, yeah, I never ended up finding my Shroud of False Death, but the night before the new season started, I switched my Shroud of False Death. Or, no, wait. I switched my helm over to Heir of Perdition because I opened up one of the mythic caches just to gamble for something, and then I happened to roll into Air of Perdition on the first try. I had like so many mats. I had so many. Like, it was crazy. Alright, I'm gonna salvage all of these. Maybe get some powers here. I got a Bodic Aspect. Oh, yeah. This is what I was supposed to do. I need to switch this over to Occult Dominion. Yeah, this should be a pretty massive boost. And I'm gonna actually redo this run and see how much better the run is. Just this change alone. And then I'm gonna switch over to the chest armor later. Then I'll have like Ancestral Helm, Ancestral Chest Armor, and then I'll work my way down because I have so many obols and I can't even really use all of it. Okay, and I've already done all this. Alright, now that I've finished my pit run officially and I grabbed all the obols, I'm gonna go to Big K and I'm gonna set it to Torment 3 just as a formality. Yeah. So, not much to say there. That was my T2 to T3. I feel like the run's gotten a lot slower just because I did a lot of talking and because, you know, I crashed and a couple other factors. But by and large, the run has been going pretty smoothly so far. Gotten all the aspects, gotten all the uniques. So all that's left is to go from T3 to T4. And I'm going to do that in a second. So I'm just going to go grab some water. BRB. Okay, I'm done. Nocturnal. My luck has been amazing. Some Kata Druid hit T1. Some Kata Druid hit T1 and was asking for free gear for him to start with. Ran him through each boss twice and he was built. Okay, I'm a little confused by what you mean. So, you said, your luck is amazing, but then you said some Kata Druid hit T1. And you ran... Oh. Oh, I see. So you were like somebody else was asking for help, so you ran some bosses for that person, and then you also got some loot yourself, and then you got all the things you were looking for. You got all his gear and it dropped it for him. When you say him, you mean somebody else's Kata Druid, or you're talking about your own Kata Druid? Anyway, since I made it into Torment 3, I gotta take a moment to go back, and then what I wanted to do was to test the build now that I have, like, now that I've switched over to Occult Dominion. That's what it was, and I want to see how long the run takes this time. Oh, man. Eh. Redamine Buzz. Soothing Spices. I'm gonna need a bunch of these, of course. Already tell. Okay. Gonna run it back. Already I can see I have a number of upgrades I can make, so... Oh, you know... I'm just gonna leave it as is for now. Because I know that, this ring was supposed to be... the Vehement Brawler's aspect or something, but whatever. There's someone else. Oh, okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. So basically, the guy was like looking for equipment for his build, and then you started doing your run, and you found his gear for him, and you're saying that that's why it was like really lucky, because you found all of his stuff. Okay, now I think I get it, unless I'm still mistaken, but I think that... Alright, now it makes a lot more sense. I thought, like, the whole time, because you were like, him, right? And I'm like, who's him? Are you talking about your own Cataclysm Druid? You're talking about somebody else's Cataclysm Druid, and you said, I ran it for him, so I was so confused for a second. Alright, I got it, though. That makes sense. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool that you actually got something like that going for you. I mean, good for you. Oh, wow. So this is pit 40 now that I have a Cult of Minion. I'm actually just plowing the pit 40 now. Just that one change for a Cult of Minion. You don't ever want to run Kata again. Okay, I can wholeheartedly respect that. Yeah, I've never, well, you know, the thing is, I remember back in like before season 6, I was actually kind of interested in running a Cataclysm Druid, right? It's just like because like Cataclysm itself looks so cool and so fun. I remember like when it was like before they made all these like crazy changes to the game, before they added stuff like Flicker Step, Cataclysm just looked like such a cool skill to me, but it was always like a very, I want to call it like a worthless skill. It never really did that much damage compared to a lot of other Druid builds that were out there, you know? Like, first Pulverize was king, then there was like Trample Slide, and all these other ones came out, but like Cataclysm before like Season 6 was never like a big thing. But then when, I think like, I don't know when it happened, but when snapshotting overpower crit on a, oh yeah, it was runes. I think it had to do with the runes because once people realized that you can just like, I don't know, like get like guaranteed crit overpower on your Cataclysm, that's when like people went crazy with Cataclysm. They still have not really fixed it to this day. I don't even understand what the point of them I wouldn't even say nerfing, but like reworking Zanrune was. Zanrune, like, used to give a like crit overpower, right? They changed it so that, oh, your hits for the next 0.35 seconds are now a crit overpower. Well, it doesn't fix the root problem. Like, there's still so many broken interactions, so many ways to get overpower for Druid that none of that matters. Fundamentally, they would need to adjust how Cataclysm works, so I don't know why they, well, went about it the way that they did, right? Well, I just saw 27.7 million. Wow. To be fair, you're still running Cataclysm. My build focuses on Wolves. Cat is there for the damage buff while it's active. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, there was Mjolnir Ring, right? That's, yeah, Mjolnir Ring, which increases damage by like 60, or I think it was like 40 to 100%. It's a pretty big damage range while it's active. Yeah, I remember that when I was doing theory crafting for my own companion druid, I was actually thinking to use Mjolnir Ring. Mjolnir Ring and or a Ring of Starless Skies, because those are like generic damage boosts, but then there were a number of things that they added in the game, like legendary, well, actually, no, it wasn't even that. It was Ira does. When I realized that Ira does was the way to go, right? Like, because you can actually pull monsters in and then hit them with wolves. I can't.
Hello.
There's no way for me to play wolves
Goodbye.
any other way. Like I could, you know, I could actually take out Moonrage aspect and then replace it with Mjolnir Ring, but it does feel like sacrilege. Like if I'm playing a wolves-based druid, then I should be running wolves, right? Or I should be running Moonrage, like the aspect that gives +3 ranks to wolves and gives you more wolves. That just makes a lot of sense to me. But yeah, I'll call it 1045 here. But of course, yeah, I mean, if I wanted, I could, I guess, replace Moonrage for something else. Kata, doesn't Kata give a damage boost by itself? Does it? Like, maybe it does. Like, maybe it does now, but I don't. Petrify, the thing about Petrify as compared to Cataclysm is that Petrify, you can actually reset it, and it's built into the reset is built into the skill itself, right? So with Petrify, every monster that you hit, if you actually kill them, then it will reduce Petrify's cooldown by 1 second. In addition, if I think one of the modifiers on Petrify is that whatever monsters that you hit take an increased like 50% crit strike damage, right? So that by itself is a 50% boost. But I don't know about Cataclysm. You think while it's active it gives storm damage bonus? Okay, well, that would make sense that it would work well with wolves then. But yeah, I still really like my Petrify. It also gives like CC, but maybe I'll have to look more deeply into Cataclysm and all that. Here you go. Here's another one that I just picked up. Essence, right? Was Essence the one I was looking for? Or... Yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is the one I wanted to max out. Now I can actually start pumping this up. Like, I absolutely need to, like, max this out. Because if I don't max this out, then I have no way to get crit strike damage. And subsequently replace this weapon right here for Sanguivore. So I need to keep going at that. This isn't bad, but I actually prefer the one with plus life more. Yeah, this is like a max roll on the Grasping Veins. That's pretty good too. So I'll hold on to that for a little bit. Soul Rift is active, gain increased movement speed. No, I don't need these. Yeah, I think that while it is active, you do get some sort of bonus. That's true. You know what I'm gonna do, actually? Let me just take a look here. I can just search it up. Diablo 4 Cataclysm, or I'm just gonna say build planner. Druid. Druid skill tree calculator. Alright, let me check this because it's been a while since I've looked at any of this. Well, I say a while, I mean I was playing it just yesterday, but you know what I mean. Or just 2 days ago. Okay, lightning strikes make enemies vulnerable. Cataclysm increased by 4 seconds. I'm looking at this right now on Druid, and I don't actually see any sorts of modifiers at all that boost. Like, I don't see what it is that you're talking about. Your max rolled build planner. Maybe it's here? Yeah, I don't see any I don't see any damage modifiers on Cataclysm itself. I'm just gonna double check this one more time. Unless there's like some Paragon thing that boosts it or some aspect. But right now what I see is the Cataclysm by itself just does damage. Cataclysm's duration can be increased by 4 seconds with one of its modifiers. And then Supreme Cataclysm gives you lightning strikes that make monsters vulnerable for 4 seconds. I don't know if there's like while you have Cataclysm up, like I don't know if there's like some other passive node that gives this effect that you're talking about, but I just straight up haven't seen it. Anyway, okay, that's enough yapping for me. I gotta run this again. So, wait, no, I never actually bothered to write down the notes. Oops, that was what I was doing in the first place. $10.43. Okay, so this was like a 10:45 clear. Pit 40 clear. 10:45 remaining. Coldbringer's boot or aspect on boots to Occult Dominion. That was like the only adjustment I made, and then suddenly I just crushed Pit 40. I could try to push up to Pit 45 here. But if I'm gonna go for Pit 45, then I'd like to readjust this aspect to what it was before. So I have Frenzied Dead, I have Unyielding Commanders, and then the next one... I was using Vehement Brawlers before. Oh wait, no, there's still one that I'm missing, isn't there? Yeah, no, there is still one that I don't have, I just realized. Aspect. Aspect of the Great Feast. I'm still missing Aspect of the Great Feast here. Eventually, when I get Aspect of the Great Feast, I'll need to roll out my unique for this one, but... yeah. I'm missing this one. It might have been the vulnerable I was trying to get, so I might be wrong. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries then. Not to nitpick, I just thought, yeah, if you were right, then yeah, I would have learned something completely new for sure. You'll have Vehement Brawlers. Okay, I'll use Vehement Brawlers for now, but and that'll reduce the cooldown on my Army of the Dead. Actually, that's another thing I forgot to do too. So right now I have cooldown reduction on Golem, but I'm actually tempted to go Army of the Dead cooldown reduction, but like it's kind of nice having reduction on Golem, at least for now. Maybe later I'll switch it. Especially like at some point I'm gonna need to replace Occult Dominion for Flicker Step. And then this aspect will need to go into either my helm or my chest armor. I'll still need to figure out which one. And then I'm still using these Blood Moon breeches. I really need to find a better set of Blood Moon breeches. In fact, I'm going to do that right now because pants are, like, for whatever reason, helm is like 50, but 50 obols, but pants are like... There we go, see? Boom. Oh, wait, no, that's just tassets. It's like a max roll on tassets. Ah, it looks the same as mine, to be fair. But, yeah.
How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask?
Alright. Oh, yeah, I need to adjust this one, too. Yeah, let me switch out my armor.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
I feel like even doing this would be kinda... Yeah, it should be fine, whatever. Throw this in. That's a bit of extra armor already, and then I don't even have the right tempers on this at all. Let me see if I can get the right tempers. Hold on, before I make that mistake, let's see if I can grab spiked armor. Oh no. This might be an unlucky armor. Total armor, okay, that's fine. And then... Spiked armor, oh nice. Okay, I'm gonna leave it as is for now. And yeah, I'm at like 1200 armor with this setup. If I get rid of Juggernauts, then I lose out on quite a bit, but that's like something for me to figure out later. I also... my poison resistance is pretty high, but my fire resistance is really low though. So I need to find a way to like fix that. I don't know if I have an easy... I might have an easy way to fix it now that I think about it. Here. We could get a bunch of shadow resistance from this this side, maybe. Cats. All right. Dodge chance, yeah, I don't need that. Yeah, I got more skeletal mages. Wait, no, I wouldn't use that. Thorns and dodge chance as the GAs, wow. Game actually hates me, I think. Yeah, I actually do want to get a better set of Blood Moon breaches. I gotta look into which boss gives that. And, oh, what's that? Tassets again? Really is just gambling. To the 9th degree. Tybalt's? Oof. Game hates me, man, I'm telling you. Alright, fine. I'll just leave it. Like, whatever, what can I do? Skeletal Mage Mastery. Yeah, this isn't even nearly as good as Blood Moon Breaches. I might actually just have to stick with this, then. I should also probably just get rid of those tassets. I'm never going to be using those.
Still got some. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Alright. Well. I'm gonna throw these into my stash for now. Oh, right. I never bothered putting any sockets in here. I think my old armor had Kemgar, so let's see if I can emulate that. Kemgar. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it's an ultimate skill. The moon breaches. Yeah, sooner or later, I feel like I have a lot of DR and survivability as it is. So I have DR from my Paragon board. I have my Golem eating up a lot of damage already. I have Barrier, I have Fortify, and I have max armor and resistances. I think it's okay for me to not have Aspect of Hardened Bones, although it looks nice and clean, the fact that this helm already came with Hardened Bones just right out the gate. There's also Juggernauts here too. If I were to take this off, oh yeah, suddenly I have 0 armor. Well, that does sort of make sense. Okay, I guess that's it for me for now. I'm gonna continue. I replaced my armor. I replaced my boots with Cult the Minion and all that. So I'm gonna try the run one more time. I know I've already done this a few times, but how many more? Oh yeah, I still like I have as many Artificer Stones as I started with. That's kind of nuts. Okay, so Pit 40. And at least this also gives me a chance to level up my glyphs too. Also, I haven't even put any more Paragon points into my boards either. I actually wonder if with this level of power that I'll be able to make it all the way into Torment or Pit 55 and unlock Torment 4 just off of this without even using that unique weapon I got. That would make like no sense, but that's sort of at this rate, that's kind of what it's shaping up to look like right now. Anyway, sorry. So Nocturnal, you might try to switch to Pet. So it might have been the Vulnerable you were trying to get, so you might be wrong, and you might try and switch to Petrify and see if you can make it work better. Yeah, by all means. I mean, you've seen my Companion Druid, like Pit T55 run, and, you know, you've seen Petrify in action already. It's also really useful for CC, right? Like, sometimes... Okay, forget it. I'm just gonna Army of the Dead. It's like so useful for like not just for the extra damage that it gives, not just for pulling monsters in, but it like stuns everybody. So it like I mean eventually they'll become unstoppable when you CC them enough, right? But it's just it's very, very helpful to have. Yep, there we are. Which way do I need to go? I'm trying to figure this out now so I don't waste my Army of the Dead here. And look at that. I have more barrier than I do well yeah, my health bar just isn't moving. I actually might not need Hardened Bones. I definitely need Juggernauts. I don't think I need Hardened Bones. Or at least some source of armor. Yeah, I'm actually really liking this build. 6k life, 6k fortify, and like 1300 barrier. Like what? As a necro? Sure. Okay. I'm gonna activate my skills here. Come on. Activating my Ray Skeleton for the Priest bonus. This is really nuts though, like getting an extra 2 skeletons. Skeletal warriors and skeletal mages, like at first it doesn't well, I mean that's like 4 more ways to proc my Ring of Mandolin, that's 4 more monsters, or 4 more minions for Callan's Edict. Like, I don't even know where to get started and all that. There's like so many. 12, so 13 times 3. So I'm getting like 39% attack speed from those, and then I'm getting like This is so 40 and 40, just to make things easy. And then I have some attack speed here. I have attack speed on my gloves, and I have attack speed on my amulet. So I'm actually like a little over 100%, like summon attack speed based off of the numbers that I've crunched here. At this point, I could probably even replace some of the attack speed modifiers for something else, like crit strike chance, but yeah, I'm not in a rush to do that right now. All right. I do see the Frost Nova. It's pretty good. Okay. I do kind of wonder though. My previous run, I had like 10:45 remaining on the clock. This time I'm like back here, and the run is taking quite a bit longer in comparison. Oh wow, my minions just tanked all that. And there. 9:45. So I had 9:45 remaining. You gonna call it a night? Okay. All right, great. Hold on. 9:45. Same as before. You're gonna call it a night. Good luck with your runs. If I see you streaming again this weekend, Sunday. I'll probably be back again on Sunday with the Dance of Knives Rogue. So yeah, if I see you, it'd be a pleasure to chat again because yeah, like I said, I don't remember the last time I got a chance to chat with somebody else who also is running the Companion Druid, right? But yeah, I'd love to hear all about it. I'd love to hear about your journey with a Companion Druid because again, I'm not going to be playing my Companion Druid, even though it's my favorite. It's my favorite build in the game, and yet I'm not going to be able to play it all the way until probably at least Tuesday because I still have the other classes to get through for my level 1 to Torment 4s, right? So anyway, take care, man. Good night, and hope you enjoyed your stay while you were here. Okay, there. That's my final glyph. I finally have Amplify. I'm gonna level that real quick, just so that I have it marked for myself. Yeah, I would be lying if I said I wasn't like a little embarrassed by how things turned out. Dead Razor, Essence, and Amplify. And then I think... There's one other glyph I was supposed to be leveling. Increased damage, Thorns. Is this really all of the glyphs? Or am I missing one still? I guess this is it. This is actually all of the glyphs. So I have to choose 5 of these 6. I'm gonna check one last time. This is the last time I'll look. Golems do increase damage is nice, but I'll hold off on that one. Okay, so it really is these ones. So... my curse skills take more 10% more damage. Yeah, it has to be Essence, though. This is the one that should be ranked up to max. There's no question about that. Alright. So that was Pit 40. I cleared it in about 10 minutes. Which means that if I were to run Pit 45, probably... Pit 45, I'd probably be able to clear it, but with like maybe 4 minutes remaining is my guess. So I think I want to amp up my power before I try to go again. And I'm gonna do Essence. I don't know which board gives the most value for Essence, but yeah, I'll have to figure that out a little later. Alright, nice. Wait, no, this is better. There. Okay. What's the next Paragon board? I could do Golem for increased damage, but it would be my Golem that gets all that damage, which is fine, but I'd rather have something that works a little more general for me. Sure. Resistance to all elements. Yeah, okay. Can't go wrong with this. There. Frailty. Okay, so this is now... what Paragon would this be? I spent 127 Paragon points, so that's about the equivalent of about Paragon 100. So I'm going to try this pit clear again. Already clear. Now I've gone from... Previously it was like 50 Paragon points, right? Should have checked before I tossed in all these points. This is about 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay, yeah, we'll just say that I went from like 75 Paragon points spent to like 125. So this time I've unlocked a glyph. This is corporeal. And then I also picked up frailty in this case. Good. Yeah, if anyone has questions about how the run's going, yeah, just let me know. I'm just, of course, in the middle of trying to get this all sorted out. Yeah. Still, I spend a great deal of time limit testing in these. If I actually just focused on trying to go all the way to Torment 4, it would actually probably be a lot faster. When I say a lot faster, would I... Well, actually, wait. What am I doing? I have a better version of this. Wait a second. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked, but I just realized that I could get like a pretty massive damage amp right here if I just do this. Okay. Yeah. I think that when I say that I feel like the runs would be like way faster, like level 1 all the way to Torment 4, I think that probably I could do some of these in like, I mean, it also depends on luck. Like one Ring of Mendelin, if I got it like in my second or third run of Zir. That saves me like a lot of time. With this companion druid, part of the reason, like I was going like almost full speed ahead with the companion druid, but because I couldn't find Storm's companion, I was like single targeting monsters for like 5 or 6 hours. And as soon as I got Storm's Companion, the game became 10 times easier. And then I finished like an hour, maybe an hour and a half after that. But I don't remember the exact like amount of time I spent, but you get the idea. And then with this guy, though, I already got Ring of Mendelin and the stupid sword that I needed. But most, like, Ring of Mendelin was, like, the big thing. And that is, like, probably 80%, if not more, of my damage right now. Right? So, yeah, in this run, I probably could have finished it, like, I'm guessing in, like, 3 or 4 hours if I was just, like, fully committed. But I'm, like, chatting and just chilling. Okay, I also have 69 available points. That's funny. Alright, I'm gonna run this again one more time. And I just realized that my elixirs and incense wore off. So I boosted my reanimation roll, I spent a whole bunch of Paragon points, and I think that...
No fears, dear. We'll be up to the task.
I don't think I've ever heard her say that one. Yeah, suddenly I think my damage will be a lot higher. The clear speed should be faster. I just saw like a 50 million in there. Like the damage number, the scaling on these damage numbers are insane. Like for what it is, right? Not obviously I'm not hitting for billions or anything like that, but this is a lot better than I was expecting it to be. I guess it makes sense. It makes sense how much damage I'm doing because it genuinely feels easier this season than last season, and I thought it's because of this power, the Beastmaster's training. But actually, I realized that it has nothing to do with Beastmaster's training. I think that last season, Ring of Mendelin just did not work properly with the minions. Like they weren't it wasn't inheriting the modifiers that it should from you or your minions. Like there was some weirdness going on there. So I think that's part of the reason why last season it was so difficult to play Minion Necro. You know, minus the Army of the Dead cheese strat that I was using, where I was just using Flicker Step to keep spamming Army of the Dead, and most of my damage was coming from, I think, the Army of the Dead explosions. But this season, it's, now that Ring of Mendelin is working as intended, suddenly, I'm doing, like, so much more damage than last season, it seems. Yeah, because otherwise, without Ring of Mendelin, like, my damage just goes way down. Ring of Mendelin pretty much makes, like, the whole build, it feels like. So Ring of Mendelin is an absolute must. I don't know about Sanguivere Blade of Zir, though. That one might be a little trickier to test. Like, it looks good, but I actually don't think that it would be as good. It would have as much of an impact as Ring of Mendelin. I don't even know if it has more impact than this weapon I have here with the spinal of like the reanimation aspect on it. And then I can also put like chance for, well, I mean, I can also put chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage on this, but that'd be, I want to say, kind of. Well, actually, yeah, that would work. Anyway, but yeah, hopefully those of you who are listening in can understand what I'm, like, where I'm going with all this here. Yeah, Sanguivere. It doesn't even really boost damage. It's just the Army of the Dead damage specifically that it gets amped. So I don't know. I guess now at least there's different ways to make your Minion Necro. Like, you could try to turn your skeletons into, like, exploders with that aspect. Service and sacrifice, right? The one where I was like, oh man, this is just awful for my build. But, yeah, who knows? Gonna go up this way then. I kind of wonder though. Ring of Mendelin It says uh, every 6th attack from each minion is empowered, exploding for however much damage. Well, that's for minions, right? But I don't know if the damage source is my minions or me. The reason I'm asking about that is maybe I could like throw on like Tal Loop and Inner Calm, and that might actually be more useful than this aspect. Because this one only works on my minions damage, but if Ring of Mendelin uses me as the source, then maybe it doesn't.
Thanks. Goodbye.
Maybe it doesn't
Not
benefit from
farewell.
reanimation. I don't know. That's not something I know the answer to. Okay, well he just disappeared. I'm gonna mark that down as like a 10:30 run. Yeah, that was 10:30 remaining easily, and I was like not really paying too much attention to any of this. Okay. I'm gonna make sure that I do this first so that I don't game doesn't close this on me before I can do anything with it. Alright. Bone Finesse, which I don't need. It's time for me to attempt Pit 45 as the next benchmark. So, I'm gonna do that, especially while my elixirs and incense are up. Pit 45. And then after Pit 45, I kind of want to go and get Flicker Step. But I don't even know if I really need Flicker Step at this rate. Like, I'm actually okay. Well. But every time I activate Flicker Step, like, everything actually dies. That's the thing, like. Well, okay, maybe not right away. Oh, ouch. I also love how, even in Pit 45, my barrier is just always up. Like, unless there's some monster that just does insane amount of damage to the point where they can, like, one-hit me, like, yeah, I just have so much leeway for this Necro. Like, it's actually so ridiculously tanky. For no reason.
This is what you asked for.
Okay. I do want to try using that unique, though. I'm just trying to figure out, like, how I'm gonna get everything. I still need Flicker Step, too. Maybe I should just burn the rest of my obols to try to get, like, a Flicker Step. But then again, I also need Blood Moon Breaches. I should probably try to find better Blood Moon Breaches. I think that should actually be one of the things I do. Because that's just free damage. And the roll on this was pathetic, too. +2 to curse skills. Oh, Blast Wave Shrine? Sure. Free damage is free damage. Wow, I didn't actually die from it outright. Oh, this is the end of the area. Okay. What? I still have one more pulse here. Oh. Yeah, I'm just holding on my Army of the Dead right now. Gonna have to mess around with Army of the Dead a bit more. Oh, Channeling Shrine again? Okay, well, maybe it was kind of pointless for me to bother with trying to hold on to Army of the Dead in that case, because it's just up, right back up again. Wow, I'm actually getting barrier faster than I'm losing it in this case. I didn't even expect that my guy would be this effective in generating barrier and everything. This is actually kind of nuts. I just saw like 72 million to 61 million. I'm kind of wondering like if that's Army of the Dead that's doing that or my golem. I could assume that it's my golem, but oh, no wonder no one's doing any damage because of this guy right here. They're dead. Now I see 13.2 million. $75.8 million? That was like one of my damage numbers too. Might actually already be ready for like pit 50 and onward. Like, what the heck is this timer? Why am I... Yeah, like this timer is kind of crazy. Like I have like almost 9 or almost 10 minutes remaining. If not for Army of the Dead's just happening to be down, I would already been finished this by now. Oh, okay, yeah, there. See?
Greetings. Well done. Thank you. Goodbye.
Okay. Oh, ouch. How do I do this? Alright, I'm gonna call it a 9:45 run. This was... 45. Pit 45 clear? 9:45 remaining. That's the previous setup. Okay, well then now I'm gonna attempt pit 50 then, because that was actually pretty easy. Yeah, I gotta keep maxing this out. And then eventually, after maxing this out, I want to get this to rank 46, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I'd like to get that as high as I can make it realistically go here. Corpse Tendrils, I'll never be using that. Strike Chance, no. Corpse Tendrils, no, okay. Death Speaker's Pendant. I still have elixirs and incense up, so I should take advantage of these while I have them. Salvage these. You know, with all the modifiers I have, it's pretty funny to me that I almost have enough... Wait, no, I am overstacked on armor. Like, I could go into Torment 4 right now and I would still have over 1,000 armor. Well, what about my resistances? Oh, yeah, my fire resistance is still pretty bad. I need to figure out a way to resolve the fire resist issue, and then I'm ready for... After that, I'll be ready for Torment 4. Yes. Okay, now here's where things start to get a little bit tougher, yeah. There's no DR monster either, so these guys are just genuinely tough to kill. And I'd already activated my ult too. So, yeah, this is where I start to get bricked. Hey, there's a monster with some fire-based attack there. Activate this. Alright. Yeah, I should have Army of the Dead up. I'm pretty sure that that's actually amping up the damage of my skills. And more specifically, my Ring of Mendelin. Okay, those monsters that I fought at the entrance seem to be much tougher than these ones for some reason. Okay. Yeah, I need to get Army of the Dead up, like, all the time, because this is not it. I wonder if when these monsters explode, it actually counts towards the progress bar. All right. Yeah, I need to go get a flicker step. Like, this is kind of crazy with no flicker step.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty.
Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
And just waiting for my Army of the Dead to come back up. Once I get Army of the Dead back up, everything just like dies immediately. I don't know why that is. I don't know what about Army of the Dead causes like the damage numbers to just skyrocket like this, but that's just how the build works. And actually, you know something? I think I really do need Flicker Step. Because I just realized that like I have all this barrier, I have all this fortify, and I have so much survivability that if I were to try to evade through the monsters with this setup, like I'd actually be able to get through and probably survive just about everything. Last season, there were a few moments where, oh yeah, here we go. Here's the closest I got to death, and that's just me standing still, waiting for those monsters to blow up on my, Necro. Now, last season, there were a few moments where I wasn't... hold on. There's actually still one more room here, too. Yeah, like last season, I struggled a fair bit more, but I think that's because I didn't have a way to generate barrier, like, all the time. But this season, like, yeah, I can always just generate barrier now with this boss power. It was, like, the best change I've made. Like, the previous one was giving me, like, what, an extra 5% damage? Wow. No, no, no. This barrier, like, this one boss power for barrier is pretty nuts. Like, I'm max barrier again. As long as I don't stand still and just tank every hit that monsters throw at me, like that explosion right there, I'm okay. Also, I have, like, no fire resist, so I need to go and fix that somehow. I don't know if I have an easy way to fix it, though, now that I really think about it. Because, like, which... Oh, you know what? I know how I can fix it. I can actually replace, like, this ring has, like, 250 max life. I can just replace that for fire resist or something. Just grab any piece of equipment. And what am I doing? I should just activate my ult here. No, my ult's been up for, like, ages, and I just haven't been using it. See? I haven't really been paying much attention, and I'm still quite a bit past the mark. I will be able to clear this, I think, in the allotted time. Unless something goes horribly wrong, but... it's just not a very fast run. Yeah, maybe pulling all the monsters in for the fight, too, helps. Okay, here. Okay, then suddenly everything is just taking so much more damage. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go get Flicker Step after this. I'm kind of done trying to grind out. Like... Yeah, I'm done trying to grind. I also have these Blood Moon breaches. Like, I don't know what I'm gonna do about that one. Commander. I actually really like this set of pants, though. So, I could replace it for a generic set of, like, Ancestral Legendary pants. And then throw, like, a Cult Dominion on those pants, but... I just... I just don't like the idea of doing that because this is like a really cool set of pants. They apply their own Iron Maiden, they apply their own Crepify. More curse skills, Hellbent Commander, like, yeah, a little bit of everything. That's a lot of damage I'd be missing by not having Blood Moon Breaches. It also helps boost my golem damage too. Yeah. I cannot in any way justify getting rid of these pants. Even these 569 item power, like, if I go into Torment 4 and this is the only set of Blood Moon Breaches I find, I would actually keep it going into Torment 4. That's how good this unique is. I'm gonna be doing the T4 run, and then at the end of it, I'm gonna be showing the Blood Moon Breaches. It's gonna be kind of silly. Oh, this Artillery Shrine's doing me solid, but yeah, it's not a Blast Wave Shrine. If it were a Blast Wave Shrine, then yeah, I'd probably have killed all these by now. Oh, did I miss a world boss? I think I might have missed a world boss, but yeah, I actually should not be missing world boss because, well, world boss is actually kind of useful since I get boss mats out of it. Oh no, it's 15 minutes from now. Okay. I still got time then. Plenty of time. Oh. Ouch. Yeah, if I had Flicker Step, I just evade. Evade one way, evade the other way. And then my ult is back up again. I just don't know if that would interfere with Juggernaut, or if Juggernaut's aspect would interfere with my ability to evade, but I mean, any way to reset my ult is better than none. There's no doubt about that. And I think that, like, attacking something also reduces the cooldown of my evade, so, like with Flicker Step, right? It's like 2.5 second reduction on evade for every attack I do. Again, kind of insane. I'm gonna activate my ultimate. Ouch. Here. Ooh, got to Frost Nova them too. And activate my Decrepify. Eventually my Army of the Dead will come back. Army of the Dead, there it is.
That'll carve up like any other.
Yeah, it's 87% for strike chance, it seems. Yeah, so as I said. Oh, ouch. I'll be able to clear this. It's just definitely... It's not a very easy clear, let's just put it like that. I mean, like, I myself am, for the most part, not at risk of dying. So there's that going for me at least, but... But aside from that... The amount of damage I'm outputting, particularly to these bigger monsters, is kind of a problem. 21.6 million, 33.5 million. I'm saving my ult because I know that I'm going to fight the boss soon. And the boss will die way more easily than any of these peons.
Greetings. That was not bad. Thank you. Goodbye. Not farewell.
Alright. There. He should explode here, pretty much. Ooh. Oh no, he didn't die right away. That's impressive. I mean, he still lost half his life from that one ult. Oh, and he's staggered. He even got a couple Frost Novas in on him too. Ooh. Okay. So that was a pit 50 clear, right? And I think to unlock Torment 4, I need to do pit 55. Okay, so I cleared it with exactly like 3 minutes left on the clock. So... pit 50 clear with 3 minutes remaining, and then using the above setup, or the setup from the previous run. Okay, so there's still a lot of room for improvement on this build. That's the most hilarious part about all of this. Like, I'm gonna toss a bunch of ranks into Essence, which I'm not even using, by the way. And... this is a pretty nice set of boots, but again, if I'm gonna go for Flicker Step, I don't need those. Well, this is actually quite convenient. I don't... I do need to get... boss mats right now. Like, I have pretty much no boss mats left, so fighting the world boss would be a good idea, because I know the boss, or the world boss, actually gives me some materials that I can use. So, yeah, this is great timing for that boss to show up. But in the meantime, while I'm waiting for that world boss to spawn, I do think that I have enough time to run one Andy. One Andariel run. Because I have 3 pincushion dolls, so should be okay. And I even have my elixirs and incense still active, so this is the perfect time to do it. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm already at the point where I've broken through pit 40, 45, and now I've just cleared pit 50. And this is with just 125 Paragon points spent, so this is like the equivalent of like Paragon 100. This was way easier than last season, which is, again, like nuts to me. Wow, I didn't even activate my ult on this one. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna survive, like... Oh, I can't, like, one-tap her. And... oh, I at least have multiple evade charges, so if I see her attacks coming, then... You know what, actually? I think the fact that I have so much fortifying barriers carrying me, because I've actually just been running through a lot of her mechanics. They actually made it so that there's 3 phases. They forced there to be 3 phases. Ouch. If I run through that fire, though, I die. And I have, like, no fire res either. Dariel's Horde. And... did I get what I'm looking for? No, I did not. Yeah. Blood Moon Breaches. Blood Moon Breaches would have been nice, but Flicker Step is the one I'm looking for, and unfortunately I didn't quite get it here. Maybe that's the mistake I made. When I was like gambling with my obols. I should have gone for boots instead. Actually, I can still do that right now. Still have a bit of time. Let's grab some boots here.
Not a bad pull. Hello, shiny. Too
Ugh.
bad, friend.
They're all garbage. Okay, what's this? Shadow resistance. Yeah, I would never use that. I might use this one. Actually, fine. I'll chuck it for now. I haven't actually died. Interesting. Boots.
Hello. Shame that. Faster. Hello. Well.
Oh.
There's something special.
Path of Tragul. Nope. No. No flicker steps here.
Hello. Not a bad pull, that.
And Path of Tragul again.
Greetings.
Wow.
What's still got some good in it?
Well. Could be usable. This one would not be usable. And this one also wouldn't be usable. So, get rid of all those. Just wish that I could get slightly better rolls on these uniques, man. You know... I still have this... I'll have this glyph here that I'd like to actually go and use, but I need to find which board. Yeah, I need to find which board has the most dexterity on it. Well, actually, that doesn't even matter because at the end of the day, I'm gonna be using the Paragon boards that have the best legendary nodes that work for me anyway. Consuming 5 corpses grants increased damage for 6 seconds. Well, increased life. I think I'd rather have this one. I do consume corpses because I spam raise skeleton a lot. And I think after all this time, I still don't have Aspect of the Great Feast. Maybe I made a huge mistake by trying to roll for... No, I'm not kidding. It's not really a mistake, but one of the things I could have done was to roll for offensive aspects to get Aspect of the Great Feast. But the thing about Aspect of the Great Feast is that I have alternatives to Aspect of the Great Feast. Like, I can still use Inner Calm, I can use having Brawlers, like, all those are fine.
There's a ritual that can be
Wait, why am I doing this? Currency cache, layer cache, masterwork cache. Yeah, I also need to try and masterwork my gear too. I didn't bother to do that yet. Oh, gloves. What are these? That is a lot of Urivar runs I can do. Well, this actually works out because then I can go get Flicker Step. And Living Steel too for Grigwar. I don't know if there's anything I need from Grigwar, but I can certainly take on Urivar here. No, wait. Urivar is over here. Yeah, maybe I'll get some more... Got some Obdicite out of that, too. I think I got like 600 Obdicite, so... Off from below. Yeah, I just gotta finish the world boss, and then maybe I can get like some more Urivar masks, and then I'll have 3 attempts rather than just 2. So, that's how it's gonna go. I just... This character has, or this particular build has been super easy. Like, really, it feels like as long as you have Ring of Mendelin, it's GG. I'm not even kidding. Like, Ring of Mendelin has just trivialized the entire run, which I'm not complaining about, but it's just interesting to me where the power spikes for each of the builds comes from. And that's never really changed. Like, Ring of Mendelin has always been like the backbone of a Minion Necro. Minion Necro back in like season 2 and 3, if you don't have Ring of Mendelin, your Necro does like 0 damage. As soon as you get Ring of Mendelin, suddenly you can clear Lilith with like 0 difficulty. That's how it used to be back then. And now, if I were to take off my Ring of Mendelin right now, I think that I would not even be able to do Pit 40. I could test that for fun, but I don't really want to waste my time. Like, if you don't have Ring of Mendelin, you should not be leaving Torment 2. I genuinely think that that's just how it works. And it's not even like these boss powers. You know what? Forget trying to buff Yurvar's Law bombs. Like, who cares? I should actually be buffing this and just trying to get as much barrier as I could possibly get. It makes no sense to do anything else because, yeah, like, just making my guy immortal just sounds so much better. Especially because I'm going to be evading at them anyway. Yeah, I can clear this on Torment 3. There's plenty of other people who are spamming Dust Devils, Earthquakes, Blood Wave. I think there's Dance of Knives in there. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. After this, I'm just gonna run Urivar. That's really what it's gonna boil down to. And I still have like... lair boss horde keys too that I could, or that tribute that I could do. If I still can't get what I'm looking for. Oh shoot. Do I die here? Wow, that barrier. That barrier actually like just soaked up most of that damage. Oh, ouch. Gonna activate my ultimate one more time. Ow. Oh. Oh. Well, it doesn't even matter. He's gonna respawn in a second. Or he's gonna die in a second. Oh, no. Wow. That poison. That was so... That was so rude.
Thank you. That was not bad.
Thanks.
There's a Tribute of Refinement here. I think Tribute of Refinement is for Obdicite. Maybe we'll just run that if it comes down to it. Alright. Exquisite Blood, Aberrant Hearts. Yeah, it feels like I haven't really done that much, and I have so many boss mats in this particular run compared to the previous ones I did. Previously, I was struggling a lot more to find these mats. The crowd control, getting double offering if it isn't a slow or a chill. Well, I mean, this allows me to afflict a slow, right? To like everything, really. Okay, instead of casting Evade, what if I apply crowd control instead? In order to trigger more crit strike chance. Exquisite Blood. I'm gonna do 2 Urivar runs. I don't wanna, like, I'm like thinking what the best way to go about this is. Right now, I could, oh, wait, no, this is a Torment 3. I gotta set it back. I realized that I could, like, do the tributes, they give me all these boss keys. If I were to try and grab more layer boss keys, then yeah, I'd have more runs of Urivar. But I mean, what if I get the flicker step? Like that's the one unique I'm looking for. Like what if I get that on the first try? Then why do I need more boss mats? Like I could actually just finish here. There's no need to prolong the run for like no reason. I've already been at this for like 5, almost 6 hours, and truth be told, I actually think that I could have finished this like an hour. I probably could have shaved off an hour already in this run. Yeah, but I was going about it pretty slowly and explaining everything and chatting with people. I think that ate up a lot of time. And also, like, making notes of everything. Yeah, all those things do slow me down. And, okay, there we go, there's my summons. Is there a second phase? Wait, he didn't enter a second phase. Wow, so I can actually instantly mop the floor with them. Okay, let's see what we got. Boots, come on, flicker step, please. Oh, yes, flicker step, first try, and it's a maximum roll. Ah, beginning of the end. Bloodless Scream, don't need that. The Unmaker? Never heard of this one. Oh, it's for Soul Rift, I see. See, yeah, so I don't even need to bother with getting, fetching more mats. Like, I'm already where I need to be.
Time to go, it seems.
Okay, well, let me make some adjustments then. Malignant Heart. Fast Evade. Well, this one's a toughie. Wait, hold on. What's my resistances at? This is, oh, this, because this is Torment 2. I need to set it to Torment 3 so I can get a more accurate, measure of what my resistances actually look like. So I'm gonna throw on this. Oh, okay, so I gain lightning resistance here. Flicker step. But I do lose out on the shadow resist from this, so I need to get rid of. What do I need to get rid of? Like I need to buff up my fire resistance and my shadow resistance. Those are the two that need to get up and going. Okay. I think this is going to be the last batch that I'll need to make. This is a bit of a relief.
Exquisite concoction.
Yep. Yeah. I'm gonna be using these in the run anyway. So fire resistance and shadow resistance are my lowest, and lightning resistance is actually overcapped now thanks to my flicker step. So I'll unsocket this one. How about my sapphire? Poison resistance. Okay, I can get rid of that one. Or maybe I... Iron poison. I definitely want to have like a ruby. But I guess for these ones, maybe a diamond would be okay for now. Yeah, I'm actually overstacked on armor. Maybe I should have actually gotten like Well, even my helm has resistance to all elements. You know what? I know how to fix the problem. I actually need to roll off Golem Mastery until I get like resistance to all elements, and then I'll have like maxed resists. Flicker Step at last. Oh, but then I lose out on a Cult Minion by doing that. Right. So I was
One
going to play
intersection at
around
your
with
fingertips. How may I help you?
if I put it on my chest piece. There's a couple ways I can put this together.
Sublime.
If I do this, then my armor stat goes like way too low. So Juggernaut's aspect is actually a pretty big deal here.
Masterful work.
So then I can put Occult Dominion in my gloves, and I can move Frenzied Dead to here. That's another option. I think that might be okay. Because I actually really like this damage reduction. I'm tempted to roll it off. Like, that's the other option that I have, right? Like, intuitively for me, yeah, I could just roll off Hardened Bones and then put on Occult Dominion here. But I actually really like having an extra 25% damage reduction off of it. So,
Bright aura.
whatever.
Brighter soul.
Service and Sacrifice. And I still don't have that that other aspect, the aspect of the Great Feast. But whatever. Alright. I'm gonna throw this on. I'm gonna imprint this.
Impeccable.
And then on my gloves I'll put Aspect of Occult Dominion. I lose out on some damage when I activate my ult, but in exchange I get my ult up all the time. So I think it's a pretty good trade-off. There's still the issue of the, I still haven't really had a chance to try the weapon. The Sanguivore Blade of Zir. It's like a 750 item power too, but that's something I'll need to sort out in a little bit. First, I need to see how much of an impact this has on my Pit 50 run. Well, I'm gonna actually try the Pit 45 run first and see just how good it is here. Then I'll switch it over to Pit 50 after, but I imagine it'll go much more easily than before. Because I can actually just keep doing this. Yeah, like before my ult is even up, I can just evade past everything multiple times. And this is like, every enemy that I dash through reduces the cooldown by 4 seconds. Up to 10 seconds, so like even if there's like a pack of like 3 monsters, I get like the maximum reduction on my ult because of the high roll on this. Okay. Yeah. As I expected, I'm just dog walking everything now. In Pit 45. Well, I guess it's not really a dog walk. I need to actually have my ult up, and then they all die, but...
It's a fight you wanted.
I'm gonna activate my ultimate. I should always just have my ultimate active. I gotta make that a habit now that I have Flicker Step. Like, to have it... Yeah, to not have my ultimate up at any time, where that there's like a pack next to me is essentially griefing. Yeah, I gotta keep spamming evade. I just kind of wish my evade cooldown weren't so high, but I mean, that's kind of to be expected. All right. Go to the next area. Well, this isn't actually going as easily as I was expecting, although I guess maybe part of the issue is I haven't gotten any shrines yet up until now. That could have something to do with why I'm struggling so much. Yeah, there's like... I've been trying to dash through monsters, but there's not enough of them. They just keep dying. Okay, now I should activate my ult. Ooh, DR. Well, in a way that helps me because now I can just evade past them. Gotta be careful with how I evade because sometimes I get like no reduction on my evade. I feel like my damage is well, I can feel that my damage is a bit lower too since I don't have my that aspect again that was like boosting my damage whenever I did activate my ult. Yeah, I have everything else though at least. Wow, 5,000 barrier still. Yes, please let me activate my ult. Oh man, it's really hard to find groups of monsters that are clumped up right now. Okay, I found one shrine so far. Where's the other shrine? Cult Minion. Yeah, I have everything. I'm surprised this run's actually taking this long. If I'm being honest. Like, this run, like the last time I was here, I cleared pit 45 with 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. I have no idea why, despite having Army of the Dead up way more often than before, that this run would take any less amount of time than before. Or any more time than before. Like, it should be faster. Like, okay. Well, it's gonna be roughly about the same on this run, but... Wow. So, it was like 9:30. Pit 45 clear with 9:30 remaining. Boots to Flicker Step. Well, that's really strange. Either way, this is going to be reaching level 45 soon, so at least there's that going for me. I am now gaining Artificer's Stone somehow. Maybe it was the world boss. I don't know. Three of my boards. Okay. I think it's about time that I got my last legendary node. Maybe Flesh Eater? But, like, how often do I consume 5 corpses, actually? Is there something with a more general source of, like, overall damage? Golem, Flesh Eater. Do I need any of this? Deals increased damage. I actually do consume a lot of corpses, though. As I go along, I'm usually spamming Ray's skeleton, right? So, sure. Why don't we try this one? Corpse attack speed. Well, I don't use corpse skills. Ah, I should go this way in. I could get resistance to all elements this way. 137 Paragon points to refund. Yeah, sure. Paragon 125. Well, there we go. So minus 29. This is like roughly Paragon 130. But I still don't have the like a glyph, proper glyph to use here. Yeah, I feel like with all the glyphs alone, that would be such a... There's like a lot of ways to like amp up the damage on this guy. Sure. I need to find a way to fit in Essence, though, before the final run, I think. Yeah, it's just bothering me that this run took so long. I don't understand it. There's no way that this run should have gone any slower than the previous runs, aside from maybe the shrines, I guess, but yeah, like, these are my old boots. They don't even have int on them. They have movement speed and skeletal warrior mastery. At least with int, I could actually understand that maybe I lost out on some damage in my Ring of Mendelin because I don't have int, right? But in this case, that's not even the problem. Okay, maybe I can... Okay. Actually, this is perfect for my Flicker Step. 5, 6. Okay, so this gives me the bonus. Yeah, I get extra damage from consuming corpses, so there's a couple things I gotta juggle on this build. I have to spam evade to make sure that my ult is back up. I also have to keep eating corpses to gain more damage. There is a way to automate grabbing the corpses, and that's by replacing my ring with Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. But then, in order to do that, I'd also have to throw on a Culpin Minion on my helm. Like, I must have a Culpin Minion. Like, I have to have that aspect for sure. Because it boosts all my damage across the board. Or does it? I don't know if it works with Ring of Mendelin, though. That's the issue. Well, I mean, of course it does. Each of these minions is a conduit for Ring of Mendelin. That alone makes it, like, more worth than even some of these aspects. Okay. And this thing is like maxed, right? Yeah. 200% bonus damage on it. The 1 million. Alright. Activating my ult. Protection Shrine. Oh, that's pretty useless. I'm already pretty much immortal with this setup, at least so far. Gotta be a way to, like, consume these corpses in such a way that I don't have to actively participate. Movement speed from fighting alongside Variana. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be getting attack speed from Variana too. You know what? That's what I'm missing. I should actually just be running Rahir. If I run Rahir, then I can cap out my resistances that way, can't I? Although... Yeah, I could probably come close to capping out my resistances if I used Rahir. Yeah, I should just activate my ult here. $38.3 million. I don't really see many orange damage numbers though. Yeah, the downtime on my ult is definitely a lot lower than it used to be. No question about that. The overall clear time is still about the same, which I don't like. Oh. Yeah, so I have them lined up very nicely. Yeah, I don't like this at all. I mean, of course I'm gonna be keeping Flicker Step, but I am very curious as to why the overall run doesn't feel as fast as it used to be. Maybe I got lucky with the previous ones, or maybe it's just the shrines. Maybe it's a shrine difference. Like, if I got Blast Wave on my previous run, then whatever, right? But, whatever. I can start getting more Paragon points into my stuff, I guess. Start using up the rest of them. And also that masterworking too. Oh yeah, my weapon. I need to figure out that. Whoa, wow! Somebody got a 4GA, 4GA Shroud of False Death. kind of nuts. I'm gonna activate my ult here real quick. Just gotta make sure that I can dash through some of these before the boss shows up. Nice. It's perfect timing.
Hello. That was not bad, thanks. Farewell.
It's a fight you want.
Okay, 8:15 run. The run was 8:15.
Hardly broke a sweat.
8:15 remaining with the above. I need to start pumping up the... Ooh. I think it's about time to upgrade my existing ring. Except I don't know... I think this is... Oh, this is actually direct upgrade because it's still a resistance to all elements and poison. I might get rid of the Golem active cooldown reduction and replace it with ultimate cooldown reduction. Okay. I'm pretty close to maxing this out, so just gonna finish that one off. I'm gonna salvage everything, and then I'm gonna replace this aspect and the roll on it too. How far into the run are we? I feel like I'm like 6 hours into the run. Almost there.
What's still got some good in it?
All right. Becomes 16 seconds, and this thing is not as good. Only Army of the Dead can now unleash the souls from Vampiric Curse, causing both Army of the Dead and the souls to deal 23.5% increased damage per soul unleashed. Let's stack up to 20 souls. Well, that sounds great, but yeah, just don't have enough crit strike damage to make it worth it to use this. Okay, Frenzy dead, right?
Sublime.
So we got Frenzy dead on this. I have to add a socket. And I have to hope that I don't brick it on the tempers. Rapid ossification, alright. No, please. Ultimate cooldown reduction, alright, well, they made that decision for me. 44 or 45 seconds down to 41, wow. My old one had golem damage, so skeleton mage damage. Yeah, it's looking good. And then I need to roll lucky hit off for something else. CSC is fine. Yeah, I mean, it's just a replacement for my old one.
Bright aura.
And I get a lot more max life. I went from like 5k to like 7k in a short amount of time.
The stars made manifest.
Yeah, I'll sort out the rest of the resistances later, but this is fine for now. I'm gonna throw these into my stash. Like, all these except for the weapon. Okay. I don't think that by itself will really do too much, though. To, like, amp up the speed at which I'm clearing everything. Essence. Whatever. I'm just gonna... I'm gonna throw this on. Essence. 16%. This is like... This board has, like, no decks. Which boards actually have decks? Okay, this one actually seems to have a lot more decks. Yeah, this board seems to have way more decks. I'm gonna try to see if I can max out my decks this way. Deal increased damage to enemies that are not healthy. 87% crit strike chance. Yeah, and then when I max this out, it'll probably include this dex node and this dex node too. I'll worry about that when it actually gets marked as legendary, but... Well... 25. Yeah, let me finish maxing out the glyph. I think that's the first thing I should do, because if I could, like, take this weapon off and then still have a bunch of crit strike damage, that would be ideal. But then again, I think that's actually impossible. This thing by itself gives 450% critical strike damage. I don't think I'm going to be topping that anytime soon. That's just the sad reality. Even if I want this one to be able to do a lot. I'm gonna try one more time with this sword. This master's training. Mage damage. There's gotta be a way for me to get, like, critical strike damage without messing up my army of the dead. Although it's gonna be a very difficult pitch to get 400% crit strike damage. I'll be able to clear Torment 4 with this guy. I really do think so. I could clear Torment 4 with this guy without using this blade. If I want to. But I also want to use this blade. So if there's some way I can make it work, then I'd prefer that. I'm gonna activate my army of the dead. Yeah, it's just not... I just don't think it's worth it. Like, this blade is kind of underwhelming. Like, maybe I'll just report that when I do my video, and then I kind of do like the whole build overview and talk about how well the build performs and everything. Because this is kind of like, I can't justify it. Especially, I can't find like an ancestral. Like, this setup is just like, maybe there's something I'm missing here, but. Here, I'm gonna eat up as many bodies as I can, and I'll activate my ultimate, and they're still alive. And I actually, like, this is a weapon that is supposed to boost Army of the Dead and, the damage from Army of the Dead and, like, these souls, right? But, if I use this weapon, then I have no way to get crit strike damage to max this out. And I also lose damage from the fact that it's not an ancestral unique, it's only just a regular 750 item power unique. I think I saw 90 million there. I can get some like pretty big damage numbers off of this, but well, I don't know if it's enough. Sure. Activate my ult again. Yeah, this is an. Oh, where's all my attack speed coming from? Why am I moving and attacking so fast? That's strange. Yeah, there's too many things to keep track of. I have to curse, I have to eat corpses, I have to like... I think I need Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. If I have Ring of Sacrilegious Soul, then it would handle a lot of those things on my behalf. So that it would just keep my bonuses up. I may actually try using Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. You know what? I think I see the other problem. I also am missing a reanimation aspect. If I use that, yeah, if I use this unique weapon, I also don't have reanimation, or I have to like either get rid of reanimation, or cult the minion, or unyielding commander, or frenzied dead. No, I just don't think it's worth it. Like, I have to concede that other people are right. I remember some people were saying that it wasn't. That this unique looks cool on paper, but in practice it's probably not going to perform very well, and I didn't really believe that. But yeah, like this is a very Army of the Dead centric weapon, and I just don't really think that that's... I just don't have a way to justify throwing this into my gear. Especially considering that, yeah, like this has chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage, and it has Skeletal Warrior Mastery, Mage Mastery, and Golem Mastery. That's like so cool. But like those modifiers are just nowhere near as powerful as Beastmasters, which gives like 150% for all of them. Just 2 ranks of these would be like what, additional 50% at most in the case of Golem Mastery, but nah, that is not the way to go. Activate this. Unless I'm like playing the build wrong or something, but I don't think that's the case either. Playing the build wrong is in... Maybe there's... look at that. That's Army of the Dead's. Like when I activate Army of the Dead, all those stored souls come out, and it doesn't even look like it just looks like it tickles them. It doesn't even look like it does any damage. Well. Shrine, sure. Yeah. I would have abandoned this run some time ago. Like, I would have just given up on this run, but I'm already like midway through. It's the only reason why I toughed it out. But yeah, I want my Ancestral back. I feel kind of ripped off. And this is like a pretty high roll on this unique too. It's not like a low roll or anything like that. It's not an Ancestral, but still. And I think that even if I were to get this as an ancestral, I think the last affix here might be like +3, and then with the GA it might be like +4 or something. But right now, as it is, I just wouldn't, just can't justify keeping it. Well, at least that's good to know. I can say for certain that this is just not my... It's not really up my alley. Yeah. I'll be able to clear this before the time is up, but... And I'll even be able to, like, get all my glyphs, or all my glyph upgrades, all 4 of them, but... Man, this felt like kind of like a waste of time.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty. Now there's a choice cut.
And I just unloaded all of those stored souls, but they do nothing because there's this guy, the damage resistance aura. Like, wouldn't I rather just have the biggest weapon to hit them as hard as I can with my golem? And I don't even think I've seen any damage numbers go beyond like 10 mil. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any 10 mils pop up with this weapon. I saw, oh, there we go. I saw 10 mil, but that's it. It was like a 9.9, 9,916k, which is 9.9 mil. Wait, what am I doing? I should be just flicker stepping into them. Hey, I saw 26.2 million. I saw 38 million. So those are nice at least. Okay, trying to find nice pack here. Yeah. There. Done.
Hello. Well done. Thanks. Farewell.
Mm-hmm. I don't even have any stored souls. Well, I can tank that. I can tank like almost everything so far. Yeah, maybe Ring of Sacrilegious Soul would be the way to go. Not sure. Okay, this run took... I'll give myself benefit of the doubt. No, I'm just gonna say 5 minutes. Like, let's be honest this time. Okay, I gotta write this all down. 1 second. So... 49... This is a pit 45 clear, and I had 5 minutes remaining. But then I was using the Zir blade. Blade of Zir. Sanguivore. Yeah, that run really just proves it. So, oh, the whole reason I was here. Gonna upgrade this, failed. Hey, okay, I just need to do one more run and I can max this one out. And then maybe I can use the rest of the level ups on this. Right. I'm gonna take a short break here. I'm gonna leave the stream up for a little bit, but I think, yeah, for the recording, I'm just gonna pause it and I'll come back momentarily. So, yeah, I'll hopefully catch you all in a few minutes. Okay, so be right back. Mic check, mic check. All right. I'm gonna get going in a second. My apologies if I have startled anyone, but yeah, I took a short little break and nice little breather, and I'm back and want to continue and hopefully finish this run with the Minion Necro. So, okay, so it's time to keep going here. After I had a nice little breather, I also had a little bit of time to sort of think about what I want to do now. What I want to do to continue growing this character, specifically. So one of the things I remembered was, do I have minion augment? Wait, I still don't have minion augments? I don't even have the rare version of minion augments. That is hilarious. Because I was thinking about it, and minion augments, like I can throw this on my weapon. It's 16 to 25% chance, right? Yeah, it's 16 to 25%. This one's 43%, so it's gonna be higher than from the tempering recipe, but still, like, I have a way to help match the damage that Sanguivore is giving. In fact, this weapon that I have right now doesn't even have a weapon temper. That's how silly it is. Anyway. So normally I would actually do Infernal Horde's Compass. I actually have two of them. But I actually want to try the Tribute of Refinement. I mean, the fact that it's available means that they must have fixed it, right? Because I know last season, this tribute was bugged in such a way that you couldn't even get any... Well, you can't get any Obdicite out of it. But now, it should be working a little better now. Yeah, so I switched this back. Because I think that, well, it's just better for me to have the original weapon that I previously was using. This setup is alright for now. I do like my damage reduction. I really do. And I have a bunch of Paragon points. Sure. Modifier barrier. 24% as barrier. So originally this was 10%. When I max it out, it'll be like 30%. So whenever I gain Fortify, I gain 30% of the amount as barrier. That is nuts. Okay, I'm gonna try Pit 45 because I just need to do one run. I just need to do one run of Pit 45 now. Once I do one run of Pit 45, I'll basically be...
Excellent.
I'll have my glyph maxed out. That's kind of the main purpose of me being here. Oh, wow. Okay. This is the last of my elixirs and incense. Hopefully I won't have to go and farm more. Fingers crossed. Yeah, right. So this is with my old equipment. Part of me is tempted to just use the golem board instead of what I have here. I was also thinking about it. I could replace my other ring, Frenzied Dead, for a Ring of Sacrilegious. That's a possibility. And another thing I could do to help myself out is I could replace Variana with Rahir. Not for even for the damage boost, but because yeah, like I actually need more resistances if I'm gonna try to run Torment 4. So there's a few adjustments that I can make still. Because I don't even really need Variana anymore. Originally I was using her for the attack speed. But at this point, I have plenty of attack speed on my Necro. Actually, I can actually use my curse rather than I've been using hemorrhage to try and activate my evade, but I feel like this is easier. And come to think of it, cast 5 skills and become exhausted for 3 seconds. What was the other one? Oh yeah, I gain crit strike chance if I keep CCing monsters. And, well, yeah, this CC is, oh, the CC is doing plenty. Yeah, I feel like now... I feel like this time my run is going way quicker than the last time I was attempting it. Nah, I'll just activate my ult. Let's just get this part over with. Yeah, I do need that minion finesse recipe. If I had that minion finesse recipe, that'd be amazing. I think it would really help my Army of the Dead. Damage. I'm going the wrong way, somehow. How did that even happen? I went down and then all the way back up around. Alright, I'm gonna go to the next area. $64.6 million. Oh, Blast Wave Shrine. I see another shrine like 5 feet away too. What's it gonna be? Another Blast Wave? No, Protection Shrine this time. Alright. I mean, they can't even really hit or can barely injure me. I should just activate my ult, sure. Yeah, there's too many skills to keep track of. I have to, like, curse them, and then I have to, pop one of the corpses. Well, actually, I had to pop 5 corpses to get the bonus from my other Paragon board. And then I have to evade through these monsters and also spam Army of the Dead. I'm really tempted to use Ring of Sacrilegious just so I could keep the Flesh Eater bonus up. Because I, like, double check, triple check, and there's only... It's either this or, like, I boost my Golem damage, and I don't actually like... I mean, I can boost my Golem damage. Nothing wrong with that, but I'd really rather have damage on all of my skills. And all of my summons, minions, whatever you want to call them. I'm not really evading through enough of these guys. Well, it's something. I still do not understand how I was ever able to do a... like a sub 10 minute... No, never mind. I never actually did do a sub 10 minute clear. What am I talking about? On pit 45. I thought I did, but that was for pit 40. Yeah, the run... like, the average run time for the E's definitely has gone down. Like, they're fast. Oh shoot, I shouldn't have activated that. It should still be fine though.
Greetings. Impressive. Thank you. Goodbye.
So far my record has been 930, which is... like, the previous run that I did of pit 45, I cleared it in about 9.5 minutes. This one is 9:15, so it basically lines up pretty nicely together. Uh, 9:15 remaining. Yeah, Scythe Ancestral. What do I have? Nope, I don't need that. Alright. So that's the end of that run. Oh. And spent glyph attempts? Ah, yeah, right. The whole reason I was here was to get this. Good. So I have that maxed out, and then... oh yeah, Dead Razor would be nice. That's one less thing I had to worry about. If I have Dead Razor as a glyph, it's like fire and forget. I don't need to look at it. It's just active all the time. Okay, resistances. My poison and shadow resists are not looking too amazing. So I'm gonna need to fix that a little later. My boss powers are looking kind of good.
It is done.
Greater collection of chest plates or materials. Okay, my chest plate is just fine. And in fact, I could probably replace Golem Mastery for resistances later, if I deem it necessary. Bone augments. Good. Ah, I finally got some angel breath out of that. I'm gonna go to the reputation board. That was another thing that I meant to do. And then, now that I have my glyph maxed out, I might actually try to run Opticite. Wait a second. I just remembered something. The whole reason why I leveled that glyph... There's too many things to keep track of. Okay, so Mystery Archetype. I pick these up. Legendary items, tempering manuals, and useful goods. Defined by a necromancer who manipulated blood. Blood augments. Well, if only it were for minions. I'm still looking for the rare recipe. Like, what is this? Weapon augments. I still don't have the rare or the legendary augments for minions, which is again kind of nuts. But this is a cool looking armor. It's got armor and resistance to all elements, but of course it's not even 800, so I will never be using it. So I'll salvage all these, then... Oh, yeah, the glyph, right? So I wanted to really pump up my crit strike damage, but no matter how high I pump it up, at least right now, there's no way that I'll be able to match this amount of crit strike damage on my weapon. That's just pretty much impossible. Like, even if I were to grab these... 187% crit strike damage. Yeah. Well, that's too bad, really. I'll just leave it as this for now. 163 points, minus about 30. I'm at 133. I have all of the legendary nodes. Dead Razor. Okay. Is this int? Okay. Let's throw on Dead Razor. I did get a radius increase on this, so I should be able to get a bit more intelligence. Does it? Yeah, there. It actually does encompass Ren, but Paragon Knows Within range get 48% bonus to their minion damage and damage reduction modifiers. I mean, if that's the case, then... I actually have this backwards. I actually should have Dead Razor here. 45 int. I am a little over on int. Okay, whatever. I mean, just so happens that I have that much int in this region, I guess. So Yeah, 48% bonus to their damage modifiers. Ah, it's fine. I mean, the glyph hasn't been leveled up very much as part of the problem. And then here with Essence, I can try to get... oh, there's like no dexterity here. Well, I could do this. And then... I already grabbed this dex. Grab dex here and here. There. Yeah. So I'm close to Paragon 150 with this setup. Or, well, yeah, like Paragon level 150. And yeah, critical strike damage and all this. So I've activated this bonus, or this additional bonus. I mean, it was already active before, but I got 8% crit strike damage for the legendary bonus. I now have a third glyph, so I'll write in that I'm getting Dead Razor. That's like 15% more damage. That's definitely not trivial. So, yeah, if I were to run the pit again, I think it might be... I might be able to clear it in... well, quicker than before, but I'm gonna actually I'm gonna do one other thing, and that's to go and get more Obdicite. Yeah, I'm gonna do at least one tribute for Obdicite and see how well that works for me. So... 45 clear remaining. Dead Razor Glyph. And rank 46. Essence Glyph. I think that's the main adjustment I made. So 173 Paragon points spent. Okay, there. Is there anything else I can pick up? Oh yeah, I'm supposed to... I was actually tempted to try to roll for a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. Which boss is supposed to handle this? Blood Moon Breaches. I would assume Zir, but... oh, this is from Andariel? Andariel drops me these, but I don't have any Andariel mats. Maybe I could get it from Harbinger, but... okay, I guess I don't need a better set of Blood Moon Breaches. It would be really nice. Get a lot of value out of more, like a better roll on crit strike damage. Or Hellbent Commander or Golem Mastery, but... I guess I don't need to do it. But this I should probably do. Harbinger of Hatred. I could run Harbinger of Hatred. Harbinger of Hatred is also supposed to drop Blood Moon Breaches. Wait, this is the wrong world here, or difficulty level. This said Torment 2. Wait a second. This is for Obdicite. No, I should do it on Torment 3. I think I should be able to pull it off. Alright. Yeah, feels so bizarre not doing this for lair boss keys. But, yeah, I think I do need these masterworking materials. Well, I don't need them, but they'll help. It's mainly it, really. 45 million. Oh. Portal Prankster. Oh, I keep forgetting that I'm supposed to evade past these guys. Go. Okay. Got what I set out to do. When my ult is up, pretty much everything just dies. I can't even, like, evade onto them because they die so fast. And the thing is, my damage is decent, but still not enough to clear everything, and it's not even like they have DR. I just can't... Just don't do enough damage without my ult. Good. Yeah, I really do need to get, like, Army of the Dead chance to deal double damage and all that. That would help. Okay. I wonder if I can stack these. I'm guessing probably not, but... I'm gonna activate my ult again. Maybe with my ult I might be able to pull it off. $213 million. Yeah, I'm really cutting it close on this. I have 63 seconds, alright. My Army of the Dead is still active. Or, not active, but it's not on cooldown. Okay, well this is pretty easy. I'm just running all the way to the top there. Alright, I'm gonna activate this. I have to pop my ult whenever I make it to a beacon. I think that's the trick. As long as I make it to a beacon, I can just keep resetting my ult. It's really the name of the game here. Yep. Oh, activated it too late. Now it's actually on cooldown, but at least I have Flicker Step. I can use Flicker Step to... Oh. I hit everything here. Yeah, I mean, I have enough damage to handle the midway point between Torment 3 to Torment 4, so it shouldn't be too bad to run this, right? Especially when I have Ring of Mendelin. Yeah, I have more timer than I started with, so I don't think I really need to worry too much. Wow, this part of the run is taking quite a bit. Maybe it's because I mistimed my Army of the Dead? Oh. Nice. Wait a second. How far do I need to go? Oh, okay. It's like right there. I just need to run. That's all I need to do. I can just skip everything. Bypass everything directly. I think I have max attunement rank, right? Yeah, it says 4 out of 4, so... I'm actually... Yeah, I just need to start running there. That's it. Right. Undercity portal.
I do this for your sake, child.
And send the golem in.
So much good I would have done. So much good.
Okay. I silenced a whisper in the Undercity, and so send my golem to kill it. Malignant Heart. Nice. Tribute of Harmony and Refinement, and Judicator's Mask. I got Shadow Finesse recipe, getting all the legendaries before the ones that I need, but masterworking materials. Originally I had 600, I think, right? So how much do I have now? Oh, that was pretty good. 2 additional waves. Yeah, that went a lot better than I expected it to. That was like 1400 Obdicite for like 5 minutes worth of time. I will say though that if I had run Infernal Hordes, I would have gotten less Obdicite, but I would have been able to re-temper my weapon. But it's not like I really have a good recipe to slam onto it from the weapons category. Well, whatever. I mean, I have all the masterworking now, right? So I am actually a bit curious, though. I will maybe waste a bit of time here just to do the Pit 45 again. Just because I want to know... Like, I made some adjustments, right? Like, I'm added, like, almost 50 Paragon points, and I put on rank 46 Essence Glyph and rank 15 Dead Razor Glyph. So this, like, there should have been a very noticeable amount of damage that came out of that. Is kind of what I'm going with here. Yeah, what's my cooldown on Army of the Dead? Well, it's going down, but I'm trying to think if there's any better way to reduce my ult cooldown. Can't really think of any easier ways. There's also the Ring of Sacrilegious that I could grab, and I could better my pants, but oh well. It says attacks reduce evade cooldown. I guess trying to summon my skeletons does not count as an attack. Yeah, it actually doesn't count as an attack for me to raise some corpses. Or to use raised skeletons on the corpses. So I'm gonna have to stick with Decrepify for this. But I don't know how I would consume 5 corpses constantly. Like, Ring of Sacrilegious Soul is the only way I can think of, but if I do that, then I have to get rid of another one of my aspects. $85 million. Here. Artillery Shrine. Sure. Well, this actually helps me spam my curses faster. And that way I can activate my Decrepify more often too. Handling Shrine? Good. I just need to decrepify one, or evade once or twice, and I'll be ready to keep going. Yep, this challenge shrine's doing me a solid, but I should have activated my Army of the Dead one more time before it timed out. Yeah, I definitely feel like it's a lot easier, or slightly easier, ever since I got this, upgraded my 2 glyphs. Alright. A couple corpses. Wait, where's it going? Oh, it loops around. Oh. Just gonna explode on me? This freezing issue is getting so annoying. It doesn't look like they have any intention to fix it either. Okay, I don't want to have to redo this whole run again. For simplicity's sake, I'll just say that there was 10:15 remaining. Because that's roughly... I'll just say 10 minutes remaining. Because, yeah, I would have killed this next pack, and then I would have had to run up to the boss, and I just activate my ult, or my curse, bone prison, and then my ult, and then golem, and then he would probably die, right? 5... 10 seconds to run, and then 5 seconds to kill him. Yeah, maybe even less than that. I'll just say 10:15. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Okay. Well, that was unfortunate. Stream's still up, right? It didn't... Yeah, okay, stream's still good. Last time, Diablo 4 just took down my stream along with it, so... This time it's a bit better, at least. Well, luckily for me, my incense, I still... Like, they were about to wear off. I hadn't just popped a new one, so it's like the silver lining, I guess.
Truth be told, I've never been the sort for towns.
Okay. I'm gonna attempt pit 45 oh, right. I'm gonna attempt pit 45 again. This, no. I should do pit 50 first. I'm gonna do pit 50. That way I can get a benchmark. I didn't even get to upgrade my glyph, so that was kind of a wasted run. But then again, it's not like I really have any other glyphs to level at this point. I would just probably level Amplify. Okay, so let's pit 50 now. Well, the good news here is that at least I can activate Army of the Dead more often. Alright. Just gonna invade that and use my Army of the Dead. Whenever I have Army of the Dead up, they just die so fast. Again, I stand by the notion that if I had the legendary recipe for Army of the Dead, like, I'd be doing even more damage, but, well, what can you do? Okay. Moving down this way. I'm just spamming my Decrepify on everything and run up close. Activating Army of the Dead. I'm really glad I don't have to worry about survivability at least, because then I can just focus on how to properly play my guy rather than like staying in the back and like, you know, being worried that they might actually kill me or something. Yeah, my resistances are like still maxed. It's only going to be in Pit 55 that I need to worry about my resistances. All right. Maybe I shouldn't just go too deep in there. Oh, ouch. Yeah, this is why I was worried about going too deep. Okay. Ah, it's a problem. Ouch. Oh, I see the problem here. I don't have my ult up. Yeah. I kind of wish there was a way to extend the duration of this Army of the Dead, too. $20.8 million crit overpower. Not bad. Okay. I still have the same amount of Artificer's Stones as what I started with, more or less. That was what I was curious to check. Wait, did I hit the shrine? I don't even know. Oh, it's a protection shrine, no wonder. Okay, to the top left then. Sending my golem in. Maybe to the top right then. And then my ult is back up. It feels like there's maybe like a 10-second downtime or so, but that's still far better than having to wait 29 seconds for it to come all the way back, right? So, yeah, this is a pretty big boost to my overall damage output having this flicker step. Oh shoot. I keep heading to the top right, maybe. All right. And just gonna hop another 2 or 3 times. Activate my ultimate. Alright, I think there's another pack of monsters north here. Yeah. 12k or 6.8k life plus like 6.8k fortify is already like more than 12k, and then plus the barrier, that's like almost 20k worth of like effective HP. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna mark this down as like a 7-minute run probably, although he's proving to be a bit tenacious. Yeah, I think 7-minute run, or 7 minutes left on the clock. Bubbles. And yeah, I could keep pumping this up if I want, but I would prefer to get this up. Just so that later when I do the build overview, I can talk about these being some of the glyphs that I would recommend. Yeah, it would have to be like picking 5 out of these 6. Definitely would want this one. And then it's just a toss-up between Corporeal and Exploit. Hey, Medivh. What's up, dude? Afternoon for you, huh? Give me a second. I'm just gonna write something down. 4 minutes. Pit 50 clear. And I had 7 minutes remaining with the with the setup from the previous run. You still around, Medivh? I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. I'm super tired. I mean, I've been at this for this. It looks like the stream's only been up for 4 hours, but that's because when my Diablo 4 crashed, like last time, it took down my stream with it somehow. It was kind of nuts. I've never seen Diablo 4 do that before. So it took down or my stream with it. So I've actually been streaming like the last 8 hours. Yeah, pretty sad. But it's been like it's almost been an 8-hour stream, and it's starting to get a bit late. But you know, we're still hitting it hard. I'm gonna give it my all the way to the end. How are you, man? 8 hour? Well, I mean it's not. Yeah, I mean other streamers are doing like 20 hours. 8 hours is nothing in comparison. But like the whole point of this play session is to get from Torment 1 to Torment 4. Now sometimes I break it into like different break it up into different days if I feel like it's taking too long. But to tell you the truth, like the Minion Necro has been kind of insane. Like the Minion Necro is way stronger than I ever would have expected it to be. But the reason why I haven't, like, I should already be done by now, to tell you the truth, but yeah, like earlier today, there were other people who came in, and I was like chatting with them for a good amount of time, and I got distracted here and there, and I spent a lot of time playtesting different, um, like how strong this character is in the pit under different conditions. So if not for that, I'd already be done. Anyway, this is a good time to start masterworking. I mean, I ran all that Obdicite for a reason, right? Okay, plus life, why not? Boost my survivability.
More there than I thought.
Spiked armor, there's more armor there, so pretty overcapped on armor. In fact, I might even be able to get away with removing... Well, if I remove Juggernaut, though, that's like base armor, so I don't think that would work for me.
Some solid bits here.
I'm gonna guess attack speed on this one. Oh, int? Why not? Oof. It's these, the 569 item power pants. Yeah. What's up with you, Medivh? What are you up to now? And how's your... I think last time we were talking, you mentioned that you were working on your sorcerer, right? Yeah, how's that going for you? I actually released a video earlier today, I don't know if you saw, where I covered the Ice Shard sorcerer build and like how I put it together and all that. So I don't know if you're aware. You're good? Okay, that's good. If you're good, I'm good. 3 to curse skills. Yeah, this is okay. I would preferred Hellbent Commander, but whatever. Ultimate damage, damage reduction from close, and lightning resistance.
More there than
Lightning resistance. A lot of lightning resistance. And then my amulet here. Yeah. Yeah, excellent. I mean, I'll be gaming a lot more on Sunday. Tomorrow I'll be more on the busy side, but I will be releasing my build overview for the Necro tomorrow. But I'm gonna probably do my next 1 to 60 and Torment 1 to 4 on Sunday. It's gonna be like a fun little marathon day where I'm gonna go T1 or level 1 to 60, and I'm gonna be speedrunning it. Like I've learned quite a bit about how uh the game, I guess, works in terms of like when I was playing my sorcerer. When I was playing my sorcerer, I kind of like juggled like whispers and incursions, and I realized that yeah, whispers, like some of them just aren't worth it. So yeah, if you're gonna check now, let me know how that goes. Let me know what you think if you
here.
watch it to the end. And yeah, I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. In max life, ultimate cooldown reduction is probably the best case scenario for me right now. So this one, gonna upgrade. I get max life. And then this. Ring of Mendelin. Ooh. Now, I still have like 1,000 Obdicite. Normally what I would do is I would pump up my weapon. But this is one of those times where, unfortunately for me, I don't really bring recipes. I still don't have minion augments after all this time.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
Out of curiosity.
Bad pull, that.
Nope. Let's see if I can get it in one try, but yeah, no luck there. So I have pretty much all of my gear except for my weapon up to rank 4 masterworking. I am a little bummed out though that I cannot put my weapon temper onto my weapon. I mean, I could do the scroll of restoration. I could go into Infernal Hordes and do that right now, but I think that's I feel like that's like a little bit much. Cold resistance. Lightning resistance. Wait a second.
Finest jewels in Sank.
What if I unsocket these real quick and then try to reassess? Yeah, no, the best the best combination for me right now would be to do 3 flawless diamonds and distribute my resistances equally here. Yeah, and then if I use Rahir, they would be capped for good. But yeah, that's just the setup I have. Alright, so everything's masterwork like rank 4. I can attempt it again. And I'm also overcapped on armor. What if I took off Juggernaut's aspect now? Then what happens?
How may I help you?
Oldbringer's Cursed Aura. This thing. Yeah, it's as I thought. It's... I have a lot of total armor, but that total armor needs... Like, that plus percentage of total armor does need, like, a lot of base armor to be useful. And unfortunately... Well, there is one other option. I could use the incense that gives, like, a bunch of total armor instead of using Redamine Buzz. That's what I could do. Actually, I think that might be better in this case. I replace... Yeah, I could do that. Replace Redamine Buzz for that
Magic is neither
that
good
armor
nor evil.
incense.
How may I help you?
This is like, what, 300 armor instead of Juggernauts. Let's try this real quick. 300 armor instead of Juggernauts.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Aspect of Cult Dominion. You know what? I'll test that a little later. I'm gonna do it like this for now. If I really want to boost up my damage, I could replace a Cult Dominion, or I could put a Cult Dominion on my chest plate and then put like an offensive aspect here or whatever other unique I need, right? Like I can shuffle my aspects around and then I could wear Song of the Mountain. And that Song of the Mountain with all my armor stats should probably still keep me good for Torment 4. In terms of the... Well, I am actually short resistances though. From being able to cap out for Torment 4. It's the one drawback. Well, there's one way to fix that. I just need to replace Golem Mastery, and then I'm pretty much set. So, I can do that. And I'm curious about one other thing. Varyana has attack speed, doesn't she? Yeah, I can get up to 10%. Yeah, I can get like attack speed, but it's like conditional. Alright. So the last time I did Pit 50, I managed to pull it off with 7 minutes remaining. This time, if I go back into the pit, I'm doing it, but I have rank 4 masterworking on everything.
Beware what the shadows hide.
Alright. Yep, there goes my barrier. And yeah, my Spectral Ash I haven't gotten any more Spectral Ash, but that's kind of to be expected. Ooh, yeah. I can't see. Yeah, I keep having my ult up, but it all takes a while. Kill all of them, sadly. Okay. Alright. And since these monsters are actually able to stay alive, I can keep resetting my Army of the Dead this way. try to at least. Usually this is easier to pull off since with a lot of the other builds that I use Flicker Step on, I have a way to pull them all together to the same spot too. Hey, that's what I'm missing, like Grasping Veins or something. Hmm. 105 million. Definitely seeing my damage go up compared to earlier. The video was awesome, brother. You actually watched it all the way through. I gotta give you props. Yeah, I'm glad you thought that way. I think that there's definitely a lot of room for improvement, though, for me. I didn't even show any gameplay on it. Now, in your case, you've already seen my ice shards clear, right? That's one of the ways you found the channel, but yeah. I'll try to... I'm guessing you still want that build planner, right? Because I can try to get a build planner up and going later on. I just haven't had the time to do it since my first priority is getting all of my 1 to 60s and Torment 1 to 4s in order. At least at the moment. But soon I'll have the time to put together like a build planner if you need it. I have one for Companion Druid, but Ice Shard Sorcerer and the other ones, like, I didn't know how it was gonna look by the end of it, but yeah, now I know, right? And if I do a build planner, I don't know if I want to do like a... Well, I guess it doesn't really much matter. I was gonna say, I don't know if I want to show the level of equipment I had when I cleared Torment 4, or if I should just do what you should work towards for the build. And I think it just makes a lot more sense for me to do what the end game build should look like. Oh, there. Yeah, glad you enjoyed it though. I thought it was pretty well done in a way. Like that video actually took me like 2 hours to put together. Like it took me about like a half hour to write the notes for the video, and then another half hour to like talk in the video, and then like another hour to do the editing for the video, and then I released it. Your hard work paid off, brother. It was awesome. Yo, thanks. I really appreciate your words of encouragement, because yeah, like that video took some time to put together, let's just say. Or not took time to put together. Well, okay. It took time to put together in the sense that I actually had to go from like level 1 to 60, take all the, make all these notes, and then, like commentate and decide how I wanted to put it together. And then I'm going to be doing it for the Minion Necro. I don't know if you care about Minion Necro at all. But yeah, like I'm a very like mage-oriented kind of player. Mage and summoner, so, me personally, you've seen my Companion Druid stuff too, I imagine. And, Companion Druid is pretty fun. But originally, it was that and Minion Necro that I had an interest in. And I'm sure that other people still feel that way about Necro. Like, a lot of people are playing Bloodwave Necro, but I think when people think of Minion Necro, or when people think of Necro, I think they're usually thinking of Minion Necro, so yeah. Still think there's room for improvement here. Yeah, what are you up to now, by the way, Medivh? Are you playing? I'm guessing you are. Oh yeah, there you are. I see you. I see you. Is it alright if I take a look at your sorcerer and see how well you're doing now? Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of curious because it's been like a day since we've last talked, so I imagine you've made some pretty good... You logged in just now? Nice, nice, okay. Have you made any changes since your last? Oh, you actually still. Okay, I remember now. Yeah, no, your build hasn't changed. You haven't actually made any adjustments to the build since last time, I guess. I remember looking at this, and yeah, it was like an ancestral legendary weapon, but it had like the wrong or wrong aspect. I was mentioning that. You're doing all campaign quests? Campaign quest? You mean like the seasonal quest line? Or you're talking about like the campaign? Like Vessel of Hatred and
Now there's a choice cut.
Vessel of Hatred and like the original game storyline. Seasonal. Okay. No changes, didn't do any farming. Gotcha. Do you need anything, by the way? Would you like a Tal loop from me in a little bit? I'm just gonna finish my... Well, yeah, I can actually give you a Tal loop. I think I have some spares. You'd actually be doing me a favor because I can... Oh, there we go. I'll call it like a 7:30 run. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it took a bit of time to... I mean, it could have been faster. Yeah, I'll call it 7:15, sure. Yeah, it was like... It wasn't really that much faster than my last run, though. Okay. Let me hook you up. 1 second. How long into the run are we at? 4:20. And this was a pit 50 clear, and with 7:15 remaining, masterwork. Rank 4 on all gear except weapon. Alright. I'm gonna also take a moment. Try to upgrade something. Alright. What am I at here? So this is close to Paragon 150. Pretty close. But here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put one more glyph in. It's gonna be Amplify. I'm not gonna do a 5th one, but I think this would be reasonable. There. So, how much is this now? Minus 30. Yeah, this is still pretty close to Paragon 150. Give or take. I could take out a few points here and there, but... I don't really see the need. Like, I don't think I need, like, these armor nodes, for example. Yeah, sure. I'll just pretend I don't have those. That one I should keep. And if I really wanted to, I could actually take out these damage modifiers. Like one, anyway, yeah. So just to give an idea of like what points I could take out, in case I wanted to get the number of Paragon points I spent to be like under Paragon 150. But yeah, so far so good. Now I have one more glyph available, and yeah, I don't know. I have so much life, though. I'm beginning to think that I should just roll off Golem Mastery and then replace it with... replace Golem Mastery for armor and then switch out Juggernauts. That would just make the most sense to me. And I'm still missing that one aspect, right? I know that there's... I still don't have Aspect of the Great Feast. That's kind of nuts. Alright. Medivh, let me help you out here. So, are there any other things that you're looking for? Like, right now I can give you Tal loop. If I can just find it. I have, like, so many. I'll try to give you a good roll. Do I really not have that? Oh no, I do have some. 13. 23.5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll give you this one. I think this was my old one. I just never bothered to temper or masterwork it. Here. Yeah. Let me just toss you something real quick. Yeah, and then after this I'll head right back, but yeah, at least this will help you out. So, Tal Loop. Oh, I have it favorited. I can give you a Tal Loop here. Is there anything else you're looking for? I'm so glad that I have somebody to toss equipment to, because yeah, I do all this hoarding if in the off chance that somebody might actually need some of this equipment. So nice to see that for once I can actually give this away. Ice Heart Bray. I think Raiment, right? I think I have a spare Raiment somewhere. Yeah, but I don't know if you want this at all. This, it's like a one glass cannon Raiment. Yeah. I'll give you this. Anything else you need? Maybe. Tout, like for sorcerer, it's kind of funny because a lot of the uniques for sorcerers are like so generic. Like no matter what build you are making, like you can always use a raiment, you can always use a Taloup, or maybe, right? I don't know what else you might be looking for, but yeah, you do let me know if like there's something that comes to mind. Gave you raiment already and gave you all that. Okay. I think you're still farming Cindy gloves? Oh, Cindy gloves. You mean like this it's called Sid, right? Sid something. Never thought I would see the day that somebody would actually need one of these. Chance for familiars to hit twice. I don't know which one city, I guess. Yeah, yeah. Which one? You know what? I'll just give you whichever one. Chance for familiars to hit twice. Increased by 45%. I feel like this is the more useful of the two. Increased duration. Here it is good on Sorcerer. Okay, well, you try it and you let me know how you feel about it. Okay, nice. There you go. Okay, let me know if there's anything else, but I think that pretty much covers it. Hey, I got an upgrade on Vehement Brawler. Resistance to all elements. Ooh. I'll consider keeping this one, actually. That's kind of insane. But I do have... I might actually be overcapped on attack speed, though. Other thanks. It has almost made me next to be a proper build. Ah, it's my pleasure, dude. Don't mention it. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Alright. What if I replaced attack speed? Then what? I have... Yeah, I want to actually get the calculation right here. So, I have Frenzy Dead at 37.5%. I have 13 summons, or 13 minions, times 3, that's 39. So 39 plus 37.5% makes, wow, 77.5%. Then plus 9% here. Oh, I'm going to actually leave the party here.
Once I get started, I can't
77.5 plus 9%. That's 86%. 6, and then this makes 96%. I think I can afford to roll off the attack speed here. Like, and I'd still be like, I would be close to the cap, but I mean, Varyana also gives me some attack speed too. So I actually think that I'll be fine here. And then there's Golem Mastery and all that, so Yeah, I don't know. Attack speed, and then what's my resistance is at? Resource cost reduction, skeletal mage mastery. See, that would be better than what I have on hand, but ooh, armor? If I ran armor,
My magic's awaiting
here,
your
I'm actually
return.
curious
Learn
about
there's a
something.
sanctuary at your
I'm gonna,
fingertips. How
you know
many?
what, I really don't think I need +1 golem mastery in this case. I think I need to boost everything else. There we go. So, this should compensate for the lack of armor if I were to remove juggernauts.
Road be filled with
So I'll
enemies.
take aspect of occult dominion, and then I'll slam that onto my chest armor here.
Masterful work.
There. And then for my gloves, that actually frees up a slot. So this is where I would throw in that aspect, right? The one that I'm missing, Great Feast. It's kind of silly that I still don't have Great Feast, but sure. In exchange for Great Feast, I could instead use Vehement Brawlers because I usually have Army of the Dead active. But again, it's I should salvage this first. It's an upgrade.
What's left, you ask?
Vehement Brawler. Yeah, I could do this for now. But yeah. Alright. I'm gonna try it again. Oh, I'm down to my last elixir and incense. Actually no, I do have a bit more, probably because I did the no, I am actually running out. What am I missing? Bundled herbs? If I did like whispers, I could probably yeah, I'll do one of these. Just need to turn in some whispers here, and then I think I'll have enough herbs to last me for the rest of the night. And I can also boost this boss power too. Maybe try and get it up to like 25% or something. Yeah.
Your efforts are for naught, mortals.
Alright.
This realm is mine, and I shape it as I wish.
Betraying Eye. Yeah, I'm really tempted to go and get like Ring of Sacrileges or something, but truthfully, I probably do enough damage that it doesn't matter anymore, now that I've made that adjustment just now. Oh yeah, no wonder my life is so low. It's because I lost my... my life is low because I didn't actually use my incense. Alright. Okay. I mean, there's plenty of things that I could hit. Let's see how well my minions do to bring them down. Yeah, I just need my Pit 50 clear to be like 10 minutes remaining, and then I think Pit 55 should be a joke. It's kind of what I'm aiming for. Like, I actually think I could do it right now. Oh, okay, he just blew up.
This stops nothing.
And yeah, I just kind of wish I had a scroll of restoration. Like, I can always get a scroll of restoration by doing infernal hordes, but yeah, I don't even have like a good recipe to go along with it. Use a good recipe. Yeah, I think that if I had the minion weapon augments, like, I'd be good at this point. It's kind of funny because every time, like, every run that I've done, I'm always missing something. I'm either missing aspects, or I'm missing uniques, or I'm missing tempering recipes. My sorcerer was missing. Wait, no, it was my companion druid. My companion druid was missing his Storm's Companion unique and the Irida's ring for like the longest time. My sorcerer was missing some of the aspects that she needed. And then now I'm on my Necro and he's missing a bunch of tempering recipes. Well, it's not even a bunch of tempering recipes. That's the hilarious part. It's just the minion augments. And similar situation with the glyphs I had too. The glyphs I had, most of my glyphs, I got all of the glyphs I didn't need before I found all the ones that I actually need in like rapid succession.
That's a prime cut, eh?
Okay.
Now there's a choice cut.
And I'm gonna activate Army of the Dead. Yeah, they're definitely doing their job. These minions, I mean. But it is still taking some time to get through this whole event solo by myself. Oop. Caloran. Okay. Activate my Army of the Dead here. Pretty close to the next one. There's like a bunch of Spectral Ash. I'm gonna go pick those up real quick while I wait for the guy to spawn. How much Spectral Ash do I have now? 212? Garun. Okay, I gotta make sure I don't activate my ultimate on this. Wait, that's not the boss. This is the boss. Alright. Just armor and pants. Nice. I also just realized, because I no longer have Juggernaut's aspect, not only did I free up an aspect slot, but now my evade is only on a 5-second cooldown, so that makes things so much less clunky than before.
Your insolence is at an end.
Oh! He disappeared before I could even look at him. Alright. Living Steel, Exquisite Blood. And... okay, I think I'm ready to give it a try. So I'm gonna go to Karagar. I'm gonna try to clear pit 50. And then after I clear pit 50, I'm gonna try to run pit 55. I feel like I just need this Elixir of Fortitude by itself for pit 50. I don't know if the other incense will help me clear it more quickly, since I'm already capped on resistances and I'm not really in any danger of dying, so I don't think any of that matters. Oh, nice. That feels a lot less clunky than before. Okay, so now I can evade through these guys a lot more easily than my last run. Yeah, just that slight adjustment was enough to... well, I mean, there were like 2 adjustments that were made. I'm gonna have to make note of both of them. Okay. Activate my ultimate here. 156 mil. Alright. Activating my ult again. Yeah, it's still taking a while to clear these, but... I mean, I guess it's something. Okay. Wow. I think I'm pretty close to the end. Are there any other things you wanted to chat about, Medivh, before... like, I think after this run, I'm gonna attempt, hit 55, and I'm like gonna mute myself, and then at the end of the run I'll talk just for a little bit, and then that's gonna be that. So, if there's anything you wanted to say, then I just wanted to kind of get that kind of sorted out before I go. Before I kind of just do my own thing for like 5-10 minutes, you know? Well, it's gonna be a bit more than that, because it takes me like 3 minutes just to go over the gear and like all the other stuff about this character, just that by itself. So 185 million, yeah, damage numbers are like going up and up. Oh right, I just remembered, I never really bothered to upgrade this now, did I? Oh yeah, I can't upgrade these powers while I'm in the pit, I guess. It's not letting me press anything. Ooh. Yep, this is without any incense either. Yeah, I figured that. Like, I know that there's one incense that boosts my stats by like 60, but I mean, I don't think that's gonna have a massive impact. Ooh, channeling shrine? Okay. Oh, you're back. Oh, perfect timing. Yeah, I was just saying, Medivh, that if there's any last things that you wanted to chat about before... like, because this run, the way it's shaping up, I think that I'm pretty much ready to take on... Pit 55. Pit 55... Torment 4, or like to unlock Torment 4, right? So, If you wanted to ask me anything or say anything before I start that, because once I start that, I'm gonna be like locked in. I'm gonna probably mute myself and then just focus on playing. And then I'll reply after the run is done. So yeah, I just wanted to inform you about that. I've already been at this for like 8 hours too. I feel bad because you just arrived and you know I really enjoyed chatting with you, but I gotta actually finish this. Like I've been at this for You're gonna watch? Okay. I've actually been at this for like 8 hours now, almost. And I think I mentioned before that, yeah, like there's a number of things that made it take this long. It probably shouldn't have taken as long as it has, but yeah, just little things here and there. Got sidetracked also at certain points. I still don't have that aspect either. The aspect of the Great Feast. A little frustrating, but what can you do? No issue, brother. Lock in push pit. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, I really appreciate your support, dude. It actually means a lot to me because, yeah, yeah, like I always feel bad, right? Like I know that some people they're gonna like be expecting to like chat with the streamer and all that, and then I don't want it to feel like I don't want you to feel like I'm just gonna like ignore you. Like, you just showed up like late night and we're hanging out, and then I just disappear. And then after I disappear, I end the stream not long after that. You know.
Hello. Impressive. I appreciate that. Goodbye.
All right. Oh. Wow, that down 245 million. I don't know where those damage numbers are coming from. You don't mind? Okay. I'm glad to hear it. I'm excited for Sunday. On Sunday, when I do my stream then for Dance of Nizro, I'll be on like all day. I'm gonna be starting like 10 o'clock and then going probably until... Usually those go like 6 hours, right? So... till like 4 o'clock and take a short break, and I'll come back and I'm gonna grind all the way until I reach Torment 4. Same as here, but all in one day. That'll be fun. He's affected by curse skills. No, I should max this out next. Yeah, whatever boosts my minion modifiers. Increase damage reduction and decrepify. Oh, oh, that's like an almost max roll on Unyielding Commander. Sans the ancestral rolls, but okay, this is quite the plot twist. You'll be free 3 days. We'll be there to support you to push pit. Aw. Here, hold on a second. Let me just... This is, I think, the least I can do for you, if that's the case. Say, allowing to push pits and farm more items in 3 days, all on the Sorcerer? Yeah, please let me know if there's any other things you're looking for Sorcerer. Like, I have plenty of boss mats. I am gonna have one of every character at some point, so I can farm items for any class that people need. You included, right? Oh, so Unyielding Commander? I'm gonna be replacing Unyielding Commander with a better Unyielding Commander. So previously it was 129, now it's 147. 170 or 147%. Hemant Brawler. Again, I do wish I had Aspect of the Great Feast. That would have been more ideal. Aspect of the Great Feast is always active. It just drains my essence slowly, but, well, no luck on that. Well, I think this is the end of the road for me. Wait. What? Why my resistance is so low all of a sudden. So I'm gonna activate the incense. Hold on. Oh yeah, right. I gotta go Tree of Whispers. Oh, and World Boss is available too. Gonna take a moment here. Just gotta also take a look at when I finished the pit run. Okay, it was an 8:30. I think that's just fine. Pit 50 clear and 8:30 remaining. Now, what did I change here? Oh, right. Replaced Juggernauts with Occult Dominion. And affixes for armor stat. Okay. I gotta turn in my rewards here, and that should give me some... Oh, two-handed weapons. Yeah, yeah. Ah, two-handed sword, ancestral. Might actually... Dreadful augments. Oh, that's so funny. I got dreadful augments. Hold on, let me just take a look at this real quick. Am I understanding this right? Tempering weapons... Okay, so for dreadful augments, I haven't unlocked the rare or the legendary recipe. They just upgraded me directly to legendary. I didn't even know that was possible. And then for minion augments, they gave me I still haven't found the minion augments after all this time. That's actually really funny. Well. Alright, whatever. My gloves, I'll leave it as they are. Max life armor. What's my CSC? 27.7%. And then I get crit strike chance from CCing monsters up to 25%. And then, of course, I have the bonus from my boss power, 50%.
Don't be a stranger.
Salvage these three. And I think I'm pretty much set. Just wish that this were actually kind of useful, but I mean, yes, that's a bit much to ask for. Did I really not get that many? I got like no bundled herbs. I think that when it comes to those bundled herbs, I get the bundled herbs mostly from like the initial reputation cash rewards. Alright. I'm actually also going to restart the game real quick before I attempt this, but actually, before I do any of that, 95 Artificer Stones. Okay, I can check this. I can actually see if I can even stand a chance of taking on Pit 55. I think I can. I'm pretty sure I can. But I think it doesn't really hurt to check, so. My armor stat and my resistances. Oh yeah, my resistances are a little on the lower side. Yeah, I could replace Variana for Rahir. I think I'll do that. That'll help cap me out on resistances. I'll let myself die here, whatever. I'm just trying to calculate how much resistances I have if I use Rahir and Variana. Attack speed. Yeah, I don't need Variana's attack speed. She's been fun, and she also had like a bunch of movement speed. But if I'm gonna pit push, then yeah, like I don't think I really need that much movement speed anymore. Oh, this is gonna take a while. Yeah, no. I'm really gonna be pushing it. This is gonna be a very long run. If I had a chance for Army of the Dead to do double damage, then I think this would be much easier. Kinda tempted to run one more set of Whispers. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Because it'll be much easier to do the run if I could get Army of the Dead, like, chance to deal double damage. But then again, I guess I don't really even have a weapon to throw that on anymore. And I burned all my tempers to roll for crit strike damage. Yeah, I'm also past the bar here, so I think I'm ready. I just gotta make sure that I don't die. Gotta make sure I don't screw up. The only way that I really die, though, is if I'm just not doing anything. Because like, I have so much DR, I have so much Fortify, and I have, like, so much Barrier. Oh, and speaking of Barrier, I'm gonna spend the last of my Spectral Ash on this. Okay. I'm gonna restart my game real quick. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, I'll be right back. Just so that I don't crash midway through the run. That would be the worst case scenario. Okay. This is it. It's time for... Wait, hold on a second. Okay, this is it. It's time for me to begin my... Well, hopefully one and only attempt of... oh, no, wait. I just realized, no, I'm supposed to get right here. That's what I'm forgetting to do. Best of luck, brother. Yo, thanks, dude. I really appreciate you. I am gonna need all the luck I can get here. I think it'll be okay, but I'm not as confident here as I was with the Ice Shard Sorcerer or with the Companion Druid.
Why?
I don't have very much to say.
Neither do I, and I talk all the time.
I have not heard that dialogue before. Hire Mercenary. And... yeah, gonna get that resistance to all elements. And I can stick with Subo, but... oh, I actually have 3 like pale marks available. But I rarely find any ancestrals here though. Here, I'm gonna restock real quick. Oh, okay, there you go. There's an ancestral. Yeah, sure, why not? Nope, not very helpful, huh? It was worth a shot. Okay. Here we go. Like I was saying, I'm gonna attempt this one more time. Or I'm gonna, like, hopefully get this right on the first try. It's gonna be a one only shot, Torment 4, or Pit 55 unlock Torment 4. So thanks again, Medivh, and anyone else who's watching. Hope you've enjoyed the journey, level 1 to level 60, and then Torment 1 to Torment 4, but this is where it all comes to an end. So wish me the best of luck, everyone, and yeah, here we go.
I hope the inn has something to warm me up.
impressive. I appreciate that. Farewell.
Oh, and that brings us to the end of the run. Ah. I can finally hop off and get some rest and peace. I'm hoping the Dance of Knives Rogue will be markedly easier than this one, but I don't think the Dance of Knives Rogue's got any buffs, but like they actually fixed Ring of Meddling on Minion Necro, so now it's playable. So yeah, I don't really know if I have too many things to say here. Like where would I even begin? Okay, first thing, I should probably try and finish maxing out, like, this one. Yeah, okay. Great. Yeah, thanks, Medivh. Oh. Yeah, that was stressful. I will admit that was stressful. Like, I was never really at risk of dying. Like, this is one of the things I love about this build. It's deceptively tanky. It's got so much DR, it's got so much life, it's got so much fortify, it's got a lot of barrier. So, the one thing it doesn't really have is some way to like break itself out of immunities aside, or like break itself out of CC aside from Golem, but yeah, still, I will usually have Golem on cooldown since I use it to attack. It's not like Druid where I have Earthen Bulwark for Unstoppable. Anyway, I am going to be making a build overview for the Minion Necro probably tomorrow night. I'll have it released by, I don't know, either late tomorrow night or the following day, or early the following day. But I mean, it's been a pretty fun ride. I already talked about I already showed my gear, and I showed the rest of the character. I will probably talk more about kind of my thoughts on my equipment when I actually do the video, but yeah, Rahir came in pretty clutch for my fire and cold resistance. Yeah, glad that I switched over to him to get the resistances just to cap it out and not have to worry about it. And then of course for my weapon, right, I didn't even get to masterwork it at all because I have no tempers on it, or no tempering charges, and I still don't, even now, I still don't have that recipe for minion augments. They refuse to give it to me this whole time. Yeah, it's even at the point where rare recipes just no longer drop, I guess, because they skip me all the way to legendary dreadful augments, but minion augments is the only one I don't have for my Minion Necro. I'll talk about that tomorrow too. Yeah, I think that if I had minion augments though, like chance for Army of the Dead to deal double damage, I genuinely think that my runs would have been much, much faster. Or this, like I would have been doing a lot more damage in my pit runs. And, you know, I actually had a lot of fun here. I spent a great deal of time in the pit, and I don't really regret that. Like, I was mostly just limit testing, but it also helped me level some of my glyphs, I guess. Not that I really had the right glyphs to level from the start, but whatever. It got the job done. For boss powers, I spent all that time trying to level up Lord Zir's blood pool all the way up to rank 18, only to find out that it was pretty much completely useless. So that's a very unfortunate um, discovery. Like, they nerfed these boss powers into the ground. It, like, first it was like too strong, then they made it like way too weak, aside from this power right here, which for some reason still does crazy damage. But I mean, at least they made it so Urivar's lob bombs grants cooldown reductions, so I've been taking advantage of that. And obviously Beastmaster's training, Blackmailer's sabotage, or Beastmaster's training and Hatred's embrace for damage and crit strike chance, and then of course Blackmailers to give myself an insane amount of barrier. Well, that's it though. Last thing I'm going to talk about is for Paragon and my journey, I guess. Yeah, in this run I'm running 183 Paragon points, which is kind of the equivalent of if somebody had just reached like around Paragon 155 or so. So, yeah, I did that on purpose just because, yeah, I mean, like 177 now, but if you're like a fresh, brand new character, like a brand new Minion Necro, that's like your first character of the season, then you're not going to have as many Paragon points as me potentially, but you should, I mean, you should still have some Paragon points, and the rest of your equipment too should look something similar to mine, especially Ring of Mendelin. Everything, like this entire build revolves around Ring of Mendelin. Like, it's actually pretty crazy. If you don't get a Ring of Mendelin, this build straight up just doesn't function nearly as well as it would with it on. It's like I remember testing in the training dummy. It's like the difference between doing like 50k damage versus like 1.6 million or something stupid like that. So that's like a 30x multiplier on my damage. So yeah, always gotta prioritize getting Ring of Mendelin. When you make it a Torment 2, well, you make it a Torment 1, you get some boss powers to boost up your own damage, and then when you make it a Torment 2, you just gotta like grind for Ring of Mendelin. Any means necessary. Every other item slot can be whatever you want it to be, but you must have Ring of Mendelin. Even Flicker Step was good because it fixed Army of the Dead's cooldown for me, but yeah, Ring of Mendelin is a must. And this was a really lucky find that I got this Blood Moon Breaches at like level 50. I didn't even know that this unique existed. It was really nice to have the increased crit strike damage to enemies affected by my curses, but too bad it was a low roll. If it was like a higher roll, that's another good source of damage too. Kurthal activates Frost Nova on monsters for freeze and vulnerable. That was really helpful. And then Knockgar allowed me to use Decrepify to maintain like 100% crit strike chance, because right now it's at 90.9. So as long as I use Decrepify on like a pack of monsters, I could get it maxed. Is that the best option? No, but it's probably the best among the ones that I had. There's plenty of better ones, I'm sure. Like, if I had gotten an Omrune for Barbarian's Warcry, I would have gladly used that instead, but I didn't get that, so this is what I was stuck with. Anyway, finally, Torment 1 to Torment 4 and level 1 to level 60. Level 1 to level 60, I ran into some hitches along the way. Originally it was supposed to be Helltides, Incursions, Strongholds, and Renown, but the Helltides were kind of botched. The Incursions, I started them too early, so I lost the Whispers for them, and then I had to use Whispers to compensate. And then, well, Strongholds were fine aside from me being too tired to, well, do them optimally for the first bit. Yeah, Renown was kind of whatever. As for Torment 1 through 4, well, Torment 1. Yeah, Torment 1, I unlocked the boss power with that same level of power I had going into Pit 10, which unlocked Torment 1. I was able to get all the way to Torment 2. And then, well, yeah, with the boss power, I was like doing okay in Torment 2, but eventually I was like spamming Zir to try to grab the new sword, right? Oh yeah, this stupid sword. I have the sword still, but this sword, I hate to say it, but it feels so worthless in comparison to like a standard ancestral legendary. Maybe if the blade itself is ancestral, then great, but so far I'm unimpressed, and I'll talk about that more in the build overview video. But yeah, I got Blade of Zir from, well, running Lord Zir, but at the time, like when I was running him in Torment 2, I didn't end up getting Blade of Zir right away, but I actually got Ring of Mendelin first instead. So, yeah, I was expecting to get Ring of Mendelin from like Beast in the Ice or something, but instead Zir dropped it, so that was a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, I would have actually had to go through all of these boss mats and hope for the best that I actually got what I was looking for. Although I did run Urivar using the boss mats I got from World Boss and other sources to get Flicker Step so that I could actually keep resetting my Army of the Dead. It's a huge part of this build because Army of the Dead does insane damage by itself, but it also combos quite nicely with Unyielding Commander, which boosts the damage of my minions and boosts the damage of Army of the Dead. So, yeah. Torment 2. And then Torment 3. Torment 3 was just a whole slew of things. I was leveling my glyphs. I masterworked my gear to rank 4. Normally I do Infernal Hordes, and I would have even gotten Trail of Restoration for this, but I didn't have the tempering recipe for double damage, or for more damage on Army of the Dead, at least not the legendary variant. So yeah, I ended up running that tribute instead to get more Obdicite, and well, this is, I guess you could say, the end outcome of all of that. Where is it anyway? Why can't I find it? Dungeon keys, yeah. So, this one, right? A tribute of refinement. That would have been very helpful. Or, that was very helpful. I got like 1400 in like one try. And I still have a bunch of Obdicite left over that I could have gladly used on this two-handed sword if I had wanted to, but yeah. Yeah, so yeah, Torment 1 to Torment 2 was mostly like I was able to get there just with the power that I had at level 60. Torment 2 to Torment 3 was mostly a product of me getting the right uniques, particularly Ring of Mendelin, and then once I realized that this sword was not really going to help me for this run, then the emphasis was just on doing the masterworking up to rank 4 on all my gear, plus the glyphs, getting at least one of them to rank 46, and using like 3 rank 15 plus glyphs, and then of course getting 5 boards and activating all of the corresponding legendary nodes, right? So yeah, and also making sure that I trigger the conditions for them if relevant. Like, let's say cursed. I'm gonna make sure that I always curse the monsters. Scent of death. Well, that one's always gonna take effect. Flesh eater, I always have to eat corpses, right? I could replace one of my rings for sacrilegious, but yeah, that would have been quite troublesome. Like, I would have lost out on some damage, I think, for Ring of Sacrilegious Soul. Okay, I think that's it. I think I said everything I needed to. That's my little retrospective for this run. And lastly, I will say that my run could have been a lot quicker if I didn't get like sidetracked here and there, but I mean, we got it done eventually, so what can you do? And this Torment 4 was not the fastest, but it was incredibly smooth, and that stems from the massive amount of damage reduction I have, which unfortunately isn't written here anymore. Oh, all damage reduction, there you go, 43.8%. And then of course my golem shares damage too. So I have all this damage reduction, and I have max armor and resistance to all elements, and I have fortify, like max fortify, and then I have almost max barrier too. So all these things put together makes this build deceptively tanky. want to stay pretty much immortal as long as I'm actively paying attention and not just, well, goofing off. All right. Medivh, it's been a pleasure. It's time for me to go. I've been streaming for more than 8 hours now, and I think it's time to go get some rest. So, off I go. As formality dictates, I'm going to set it to Torment 4, and I'm going to call it a night. So, good. Yo, thanks, Medivh. I'm glad you enjoyed the video from earlier with ice shards, and yeah, we'll talk again very shortly, hopefully on Sunday. But until then, hope that you all enjoyed watching. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate you all tuning in. Yeah, and venture out.